Good afternoon. Welcome to this Tuesday edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello, alongside Racing Rachel. Rachel's back, track announcer John G. Dooley, and great to have you back.
She's
after
back.
the Dan Dockage golf outing. Rachel was representing the track here, Horseshoe Indianapolis, yesterday at a charity event, and you're back here with the main track fast turf course firm. Turf will remain set at 24 feet for a 9-race program here today, but hope it was a success and hope you had more birdies than bogeys.
We did. We had more birdies than bogeys. We still finished like 14th out of 12th out of 30. But yeah, there were a lot of birdies and a couple eagles on the winning team, and yeah, we had a good day though. I was represented by some wonderful guys. Assistant trainer Ricky Giannini joined me. Tony Martinez, our track man, was smacking the ball around. He was driving, him and Ricky was driving the ball like insanely yesterday. I was very impressed. And then who was my fourth? Aaron Neese, my liquor rep from Woodford Reserve. So we had a great time. We're the title sponsor. They're going to come on, I think, the 8th. I need to confirm that with Tammy, but I'm pretty sure they're coming on the Silks and Roses event where we are going to donate a bunch of bikes as well as being the title sponsor. So there is a lot of money, and it's a great exposure. I think I'm going to be on Dockage next week as well to talk about kind of the rest of the meet. Or maybe when we get back, we'll start that. But it was wonderful. Danny D's hilarious.
Awesome.
He sits on one
Giannini
hole
can
and
tee it up.
Oh man, he blasted the ball like 250 all day yesterday. And then they used my drive a couple times, and I was so tickled. I sent a video of my dad. I was like, Dad, I'm playing with guys who are smacking it like 230, 250. Wow. They just used my drive. I was so excited.
That August 8th program here, that'll be a 6 o'clock special post
Yes.
time. More on that as we go through the course here of the pre-race show. We had a nice training double yesterday. We'll get to that in just a moment here on the next block on Wire to Wire. But now the weather segment, as we'll go downtown to check in with Chris at WRTV6 for the official race day forecast. Clouds around, maybe some chance of some wet weather.
Real low right
fast
now.
and firm here at 129. Chris, how's it looking?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
We're looking at some scattered storms and showers here in the next couple of hours. Thankfully not a washout, no one system lasting very long, but some pop-up thunder showers in play over the next few hours. Temperature readings will hover in the mid-80s, a very summer-like pattern here. In between that, some cloudy skies. But again, far from an all-afternoon or evening rain. If you're back tomorrow, same deal. In fact, looking very similar with highs in the mid to upper 80s. Scattered storms and showers in place through the afternoon. This pattern will continue for the better part of a week. John, back to you.
All right, Chris, we appreciate
Chris
that.
doesn't even know I'm alive.
Look at the weather from WRTV6.
No one talks to John.
Fast and firm here today. Turf rail set at 24 feet. And as we look back to yesterday's program, Gennaro Garcia, as Rachel was teeing it up at the Dan Dockage charity golf outing. A couple of winners yesterday for Gennaro Garcia. Randy Klopp, by the way, tops the trainers' standings going into today's racing program on 32 wins. What a meet for John Harron. He's clicking at 20% with 27 victories here in 2025. Of course, teaming often there with Alberto Burgos. But Gennaro Garcia, a couple of winners here on yesterday's card while you were teeing it up.
Well, I was with Ricky and Tony, so we had the races up on our phones the entire time, watching them in our carts. We were waiting for people, so I did get to watch a little bit yesterday. And what killed me was these are Gennaro Garcia horses. They weren't favorites and paid $8, $9, and he's been leading trainer and owner before. I mean, really nice prices on some good connections. But here you'll see the first one was in race 1 with Slam Dunk Justice. Marcelino was up on this one.
Look at the horse on the outside, by the way. Catch a Night Train was 22 to 1 or so odds. That was Ramos for Klopp.
Yeah,
only
Ramos
missed by
for
a
Klopp.
neck. Slam Dunk Justice got the result, though. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Was on the Monday score sheet to start the race week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, of course, racing today, Wednesday, and Thursday. Back at it Saturday with an all quarter horse card. That was yesterday's opener. Went in 105.12 on a money listed track. It was upgraded from muddy to good as you got to about as you made the turn to the back nine.
Yes, Tony was on the phone for that entire
today. Jose Gutierrez, an apprentice here at Horseshoe Indianapolis this season. Jose coming on the far outside in those black silks. It was Air Force Lightning, a last to first rally to take out this sprint, Rachel.
Yeah, it was a really nice run. I can't remember if this was the one I had money on the third. No, not. Yes, I did. I had Air Force Lightning
Last
on
to
top.
first?
Yep, exactly. And Gutierrez, the bug boy, he's getting some nice rides. He's won a
starting to pick it
couple
up.
for Michelle. Yep, he's definitely started picking up. That's a great way to put it. 960. I'll take that all day and twice on Sunday on a Garcia horse.
And twice on Sunday, too.
Twice on Sunday.
But suppose we don't race on Sunday.
Well, twice on Monday.
Miss Goodbar, speaking of last to first.
Oh yeah, I saw this and I was like, we gotta
dive
put
bombed them. Absolutely dive bombed them.
What
on
the
the Luis
heck?
Contreras red cap. Miss Goodbar was last as they straightened away. Tips to an outside path, and here she comes.
Insanity.
Miss Goodbar, last to first. She's not even in the frame at this point. They're inside the final furlong. Best Cupcake was trying to do her best. And here comes Miss Goodbar to win it right on the wire under jockey Luis Contreras. Congratulations, Joe Davis. Casares racing. Miss Goodbar absolutely bombs away.
108
that
doll
qualifies.
hairs. Yeah, that's a big bomb. I've missed. There's been a couple of those this meet. I think that's the third one, and I missed a couple of the first one. I think we showed one of those too. But yeah, always when it's a big over $100 winner, I try to highlight that at least on social media or on the show. What a
appreciate
nice
that,
one.
yeah, we do
Yeah, because
appreciate
you know what, I feel like bettors you follow your bets. If you're not included in that, you might not notice. So.
Well, and Luis Contreras, I mean, he's a veteran jockey.
Yeah, he's
won a
like
share
the
of
king of
big races up in Canada during his days there at Woodbine. So Luis Contreras, that was a nice win yesterday.
Yeah, so
last
it's-
to first, showing off his skills.
It's a good thing to point out what you just said because we're not getting these prices on some, on jockeys and trainers who we don't know their names or might not win very often. I mean, Louis is one of our top jockeys. So is Gennaro, and it was a wonderful day, and it's good to see. And Joe Davis, he's been in Indiana racing forever, so it's definitely good to see those connections winning at those prices because it's good for the bettors.
That was her first run of 2025 too, Ms. Goodbar. So let's see what to expect for her going forward for the rest of this campaign. But congratulations to her connections. That was a long odds winner here on yesterday's racing program. We had Dooley's Legends, the Monday contest. Today it is the Jockey's Agent contest. We'll have Exactamundo, by the way, this Thursday. That'll be the final for Exactamundo. So if you're among the 10 finalists, congratulations to make it thus far for the Exactamundo. But Jockey's Agent contest today, that's back in 2025. I think it's been a popular one and also coming to wrap things up here during the month of July.
It has. We are done. Is today the final?
Yeah, July 15th.
Oh my gosh, today is the final. July. I looked at the TV and I thought, am I
This is it.
crazy? Today is
come
the
down
final
to
for the $1,500 Jock's Agent contest. The top 5 in cumulative winnings over those dates will share in the prize money. First prize is $500. This is a completely free contest, by the way. Heading into the final day, the top 3 are Michael Saletta, 173 points, John Toyama, 171, and Bill Bochenek. He plays in all of our stuff. And Karen McGinnis also plays in all of our stuff. They're tied with third with 169 points. So good luck to everybody in our Jock's Agent contest today.
And again, Exactamundo, that'll wrap up coming up here on Thursday, the finals for Exactamundo. Good luck to all of those handicappers here as we'll wrap up the 4-day stretch. No live racing on Friday. Saturday, an all quarter horse card will kick off bright and early at 10:45 a.m. for us here on Saturday, and then we'll have our summer break. But already, quarter horse racing expert Rachel Martha Clausen has already texted me asking, how do you get from the airport out to Shelbyville with all the construction and around downtown Indianapolis? I basically said, good luck.
I know. I was going to say, how does she not know how to get to the airport after all these years? But that makes sense with the construction. I was just saying yesterday, I had to go all the way across Indy to the Golf Club
Downtown,
of America,
too.
which is the other side of Indiana. I'm on the east side of Indy. This is on the west side of Indianapolis. So it takes me an hour to get there. And then, of course, it always lets out during rush hour traffic, 4 or 5 o'clock. And I am just sitting there in bumper to bumper traffic. And I think I text my dad and I was like, I don't know why people live down here. I'm out in the boonies. I never get traffic. I might get struck behind a tractor every once in a while.
And there's even more construction in the
even
heart of
more,
downtown,
exactly.
too.
It said it wanted me to go through and it'd be faster, and I was like, "You're a liar!" And I went down around 465.
So to sum up, barring any roadblocks,
Yes,
Martha will be here.
Martha will be
We've
here.
got 4
If
quarter
she
horse
can make
stakes
it.
races on Saturdays.
We
card
do
picking up at 10:45
$700,000 on the line in stakes racing for quarter horses. It is a 10:45 a.m. start. Bring out the kids. It's a wonderful summer day. School's about to start back up here in August, but definitely bring them out because there's bounce houses, face painting, food trucks, and Martha will be here. And there's no way that she'll be wearing a turtleneck, because her signature turtleneck, because it'll be 90 degrees.
Also hear the debut of Iconic Coffee. That's in Tammy Knox's notes.
Oh, yes.
They serve dirty sodas, Iconic Coffee.
I swear,
That'll be here
every
on
food
Saturday.
truck we have has a questionable title. I'm serious.
Summer break after that. No live racing that Sunday, the 20th through the 27th. And again, those race dates, that'll be Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday will be dark, and then be back at it right after that. And really, then it's a full swing all the way through. We start talking about racing in August. We'll have that special card on Friday night, August the 8th, for a great charity, kicking off at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern. Then September, of course, racing October, and all the way through the final month of the meet in November. So we'll be busy, even though a little summer break,
Yeah.
but then right back at it.
Yeah, it's a grind a little bit after this, but definitely good Saturday events and a lot more fun coming up after the break.
Yeah, Grayson Grass Challenge coming up afterwards. Beat the Bot, BA's hat trick is back in 2025. So a lot of great still handicapping contests. We mentioned the Jockey's Agent contest, the grand finale today. Exactamundo will wrap up this Thursday. We've got a lot more for you horse players coming up as we go through the course of the race meet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. How about speaking of Nathan Klein? He called the last two races yesterday. We were just talking about Nathan, our University of Arizona racetrack program intern here this season, learning all aspects of racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, including, of course, getting a chance. He's a future track announcer, and he's getting his time up in the booth here with us this summer. He called the last two yesterday, but also we tasked Nathan to give us some notes here for not only the pre-race show, but for our fans.
He's a good little statistician, I'll tell you that right now.
I was one too.
Dreamy Daily Double, Sweet Daydream Girl in race 6 and Dreaming Girl in 7, and then Stormy Turf Double, Baytown Storm and Volatile Storm in races 6 and 8. But I do like to read the first. I'll probably go over his notes from later in the card, closer to those races. But his first couple start in race 3, where he says Stop Hammer Time is the 4th most experienced horse to race at Horseshoe this year. With this being his 67th lifetime start, he has the highest, now these are my notes, he has the highest speed figure at today's distance. I threw him in here. He is running 6 furlongs today and claiming for 7,500, and I think he's going to like the little bit of a class relief that he's dropping down to. But yeah, at 6 furlongs, he's pretty quick. He's got some really nice speed figures there. And then his other note is in the next race, race 4, where we have a mile and a 16th on the grass, an allowance for Indiana sired, and he says 4 of the 7 horses in this field are bred by Justin Farms. No shocker there, as it is an Indiana sired, but I do like to remind people to watch the Justice breds, which we've talked about before, who maybe don't follow all the time. I'm always on podcasts, and they're like, do you have some names that you should follow? And I'm like, if you see a horse with Justice in an Indiana race, just go ahead and put some money on it. Yeah, so here, this is what he says. 3 take up the first 3 spots of the starting gate and have words ending in the letter Y. Tizzy Justice, Jolly Justice, Juicy Justice, and Skippin' Justice. Yeah, good luck with that.
Yeah, Nathan, good luck calling that one.
Yeah, yeah, you're going to make Nathan call it. I love it. Just kidding. I shouldn't have said that. He's going to catch you in the hall. Nathan, I was kidding. He'll catch you in the hall and be like, all right, dude, which one? Which one you want me to do? He is like chomping at the bit. Someone is going to get a very, very dedicated and wonderful race caller when that kid graduates.
Nathan wants to call Skibbity Riz.
Skibbity Riz. I can't even blame him.
To the 8th race today.
Is he calling it?
5:47. He wants to.
Skibbity Riz.
So,
yeah, let him do Skibbity Riz. That's so their generation of words.
That's what he's requested, and that's what Nathan will get.
Love Nathan.
And he gets the quarter horse finale too. Thank you to our big sponsors this year here in 2025: Woodford Reserve, Tequila Herradura, Breed Development, and also Murphy Trailer Sales. Hitch up to them. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803. Terrific customer service and loyalty since that great decade of the 80s. B&H Electric, they're the tote board sponsor and starting gate sponsor. Back with us again, re-signed by Rachel McLaughlin for a nice contract in 2025. B&H Electric, they've got locations in town in Seymour and Bloomington and on the web at www.bh-electric.com. Indiana's giant Ford, Hubler Ford, locations in Shelbyville and Franklin. I mentioned to Jeremiah Johnson yesterday, Pacers JJ, if he needs new shocks, go there, mention you too.
Yes, definitely.
DriveHubler.com.
Head on over there.
Social media, we got you covered. You can follow me. What's happening? I just reposted Racing Rachel, Fast and Firm, at John G. Dooley. Racing Rachel, there on X at Racing Rachel M. Brian Aragoni standing by to talk about the 50 Cent Early Pick 5. You can follow B on X at Mr. B Analyst. And of course, Martha Clausen, she'll be along later today to cover the quarter horse final dash of the day. That'll be called by Nathan Klein. And Martha will be here on Saturday on track talking about some big stakes race action. I think you mentioned, what is it, over $700,000 in purses. Yeah, Saturday's going to be an exciting all quarter horse day here on this weekend, Saturday, with that post on 10:45 a.m. Track-wise, we've got you covered too on X at HS Indy Racing, on YouTube at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing, and also on Instagram at Horseshoe Indy. So great to have you back. We are fast and firm. Turf rail remains set at 24 feet this race week before our summer break. Keep it right here. The next block, Brian Aragoni talking about the 50 Cent Early Pick 5. Don't change that channel. Back with B right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Jack Daniel starts here. From cave spring water to sugar maple charcoal to smooth Tennessee whiskey. Made by those who pour everything into their craft. That's what makes Jack, Jack.
Welcome back to the better-looking version of Wire to Wire, now 26 minutes away on a beautiful day here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Shelbyville, Indiana, where we are on a firm turf course and a fast main track. Yes, fast and firm on your Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. What an awesome job Nathan Klein has done during his internship here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Darby and Riker also doing an awesome job as well. So we are loaded with talent behind the scenes with Darby, Riker, and Nathan Klein here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and certainly always want them to know that they are absolutely appreciated for their efforts here at the place we call home. Scratch number 7, Private Reserve, out of the opener here at Horseshoe Indy. We'll start out our day going a route of ground, 1 mile and 70 yards in here. Horses all looking for their second career victory. I've got some intriguing sorts in here. I think the 1, 4, and 8 are the lion's share of attention in this spot, especially shipping in from Churchill Downs with Spoonie. 1 for 13, though, is a concern. This horse has changed hands numerous times. Matt Shire trying to reap the rewards in here for Angela Marie Patton with Spoonie. Adam Biscuits has been riding great when he does come to Horseshoe Indianapolis. He's had a ton of success with Kelsey Danner, but he's going to try his hand in here with Matt Shire. He's winning at 23%. The 8 makes a world of sense. Gagliardi, Tiana Richardville having herself a very nice meet as well. Alberto Burgos picking up right where he left off last season. That's a horse who ran too good to lose the last 2 starts and could be the controlling speed in here. I'm going to play against Vaccinator. A couple of things for me against Vaccinator. This horse at 3-1. Always cheering for the Ray Paquette gang. However, long layoff, dropping in class, that's a bad sign for me. I don't like layoffs followed by big class drops. Now, they're not at the bottom by any means. This is a horse who actually broke the maiden at 15,000 and had previously been at 12,500. So it's not a huge, massive, like glaring red flag class drop. But for me, it's not ideal to run May 6th, have a layoff prior to that, a layoff after that. and then a big drop in class. So I'll play against Vaccinator in this spot. 1, 4, and 8 in the opener. We kick off that $1 minimum pick 4 in race number 2. We've had some big payouts along the way in those pick 4s due to that $1 minimum. It's one of the lowest takeouts in the entire country at 15%. All these horses looking for their first career win in this spot. No scratches, no changes, and no real strong opinions in here. 2, 5, 6, and 7. I will say Kegsy, I don't think this horse is going to be anywhere near 6-1. Fernando de la Cruz teaming up with Michelle Elliott, jockey-trainer combination you certainly want to pay attention to. But that horse, if they can figure out the starting gate, I think we'll have a lot more energy in the lane. This 3-year-old filly acted up badly in the starting gate last time out. She was backed out, and unless you're deep diving the notes, you may not have noted that. So Kegsy took the class drop last time out from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. On paper, it doesn't look like there was a ton of improvement, but that 3-year-old filly, she did have significant trouble before the race, and I think you can likely forgive her for her last start. Kegsy is an intriguing sort in here, and one that I may even sneak a single on in that pick 4. 2, 5, 6, and 7 in what looks to be a wide-open maiden claiming event. Race number 3, scratch the 7. Who's for Justice out of this event? Who's for Justice is out. I'm going to use Is My Business along with Bella's Prayer and also Moped Mo. How about that? Not using Mr. Negativity. I'm going to challenge that 5-year-old to duplicate that performance. He took the drop in class last time out. He did take on Open Company. He faces state-bred competition in here, so it was impressive that he beat Open Competition at the $5,000 ranks. But I'm going to challenge him basically with my wallet that he can't duplicate that performance and put together 2 back-to-back performances. He's been an inconsistent sort. His best day wins this race, and it's clear as day that if he runs back to that race June 18th, that he will win this race. However, he's at the lower level claiming ranks for a reason, and I don't think he can duplicate it. So I'm going to take some fresh faces in here. I am also not going to use number 9, Stop Hammer Time at 9 years old on a class drop. Didn't make it earlier in the season for an Indiana bred with all the back class that he does carry, almost a $500,000 earner. Certainly respect the hell out of him, but not going to use him on this ticket. 1, 5, and 6. Some of the fresh faces to this group Is My Business, a 3-year-old taking on older along with Bella's Prayer. John Heron can get them cranked and ready to rock and roll. He's a guy I do not want to be beaten by over these past couple of weeks. And then Moped Mo for Bob Dobbs, who got off to an ice-cold start, but he's certainly been winning races left and right here recently. He's already up to 12%, which doesn't sound all that great, but when you consider the racing luck that he had the first couple of months, 12% probably feels amazing, and it's quickly going to be 15, if not 20%, when it's all said and done. Moped Mo getting some class relief after not showing much recently. The blinker's going on. Hopefully he can decide to run before that final 1/8 of a mile like he's developed a habit of doing. Race number 4, we step on that turf course for the first time of the day. The $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick comes up in the 4th race. No scratches, no changes, a common theme throughout the day that we are certainly thankful for. This is a race in which you have to single or pretty much hit the all button, and I'm likely going to play 2 tickets, but the one I fancy the most is going to be singled with Enchanted Melody. 9-5 morning line for Michelle Elliott. Evan Roman has been doing very well winning races on both surfaces. However, he's especially excelled on that turf course. He's a guy who is unafraid to save ground and wait until that final 1/8 of a mile, and it has reaped some rewards, but he didn't have to do that with Enchanted Melody. This is a horse who broke sharp, appeared to relish the turf last time out. Was a surprise, went off at 6-1. 9-5 might be a gift when it's all said and done today. I think this horse is going to be heavily backed. Second start on the turf, took over the lead last time out without even being asked, and was ultimately well held at the top of the lane despite a 3-length buffer zone, as John would call it, and Enchanted Melody responded in kind, drawing off to win by 5. I think there's plenty of upside. I think they were rewarded, and if you look, Michelle Elliott knew all along this horse was going to like the turf. In fact, she had entered in 5 times for the turf course before they finally got to try it on June 26th, and they were rewarded and even got 6-1. That horse had always been wanting to get on the turf, or at least the connections always wanted to get on the turf. They finally got their opportunity June 26th. I think they're only going to improve today with this 5-year-old mare who appeared to love the grass and probably doesn't need the lead the way she pulled herself to the lead last time out. I don't think she's a runoff by any means. She'll sit and wait, and hopefully she does, because she's going to be a single on both the early and the late Fire 5 for yours truly. 19 minutes away from the opener here, so we better wrap this up with the 5th race. Scratch number 1, Normandy Queen, out of this event. I do think this race is a little bit challenging. This is a complicated race for many factors. There's only a 6-horse field. You've got some horses coming in off of layoffs. Grand Morella, a horse I'm going to play against for Riley Mott. Marcelino Pedroza Jr., I'll let that horse beat me. Hasn't been training well, at least in my eyes from what I've seen. Pretty sassy. This horse is going to be heavily bet. I think this is likely going to be your favorite for Godolphin. Now, you win your N1X over at Fairgrounds in the spring. A 3-year-old filly has a lot of different options, a lot of stakes races, a lot of places she could go. She could have gone to Keeneland, could have gone a variety of locations, Churchill Downs. They come here. That's not the bad sign. I just don't know what to make of the works. They're very intriguing works, nonchalant, basically hands and heels throughout, and really only asked to run the final furlong after the wire. Fortunate to be able to watch a lot of works. They're not bad. They're not good. There's really not much to make of them. I'm just going to be in a position that I'm not sure how you have a horse cranked and ready to go when all I've seen is jogs in the morning. So pretty sassy. Don't mince my words. Is the horse to beat, but for me, I think there potentially is an opportunity in here to try and beat that horse with maybe a horse like Night Kiss for Tommy Medina, having himself a career year at 21%. You've also got Desert Rhapsody. A lot of people are going to discard this horse because of Jose Casares. Not so fast. Ownership didn't change. Casares may very well be just taking over some of Doug O'Neill's horses here locally at Horseshoe Indianapolis. I wouldn't give up on Desert Rhapsody. I think many people are likely to do that, seeing you go from a Kentucky Derby winning trainer, high percentage winning trainer, to a name that's not necessarily a household name. That ownership didn't change. They have not given up on Desert Rhapsody. And if you forgive that last start, which came on Kentucky Derby Day in the slop, there's a lot to like what could be the longest shot on the board. 3, 4, 5, and 6 in race number 5, as we are now 16 minutes away from the opener on a beautiful Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We've got Darby, Riker, Nathan Klein. Miss Rachel is back. I heard she shot almost 200, and the round took almost all the way until sunset. So thankfully, she has finally concluded that round of golf, and she is back and ready to rock and roll. And John G. Dooley will provide the music to our ears as we're 16 minutes away from a Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Good luck.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded. Showering right now. At this time, main track fast. Turf course rated firm. Turf rail set at 24 feet this race week. Fast and firm as showers dot the landscape. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. First starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off. And at the top of the card, scratch number 7, Private Reserve. Number 7, Private Reserve has been scratched from the 210 opener. In the second race, as the showers now pick up here, Maiden Sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. No changes in race 2, on to the third. And in this sprint, third race, scratch 7, Who's for Justice. That was the morning line favorite. Number 7, Who's for Justice, has been scratched. No rider changes. Number 4, Parker, 1 pound over in the sprint. The fourth race, Carter for the turf at this hour, starts the 50-cent late pick 5, all turf pick 3. In the fourth race, due at 3:43 p.m. Eastern, there are no changes. All 7 run there. Race 5. From the mile, scratch 1, Normandy Queen. Number 1, Normandy Queen has been scratched from the mile. Race 6. Another Carter for the turf course here today as the showers continue to pick up. In the turf mile, there are no scratches, all 9 run, no rider changes. Number 6, Champagne on Ice, plus 1 pound from that listed program weight. Race 7. Here in the maiden sprint at 5:16, number 8, One More Question, has been scratched. Scratch number 8, One More Question from the maiden sprint. In the 8th race, maiden turf, here scratch, the 4, Tap the Drum, and take out 10, Bet on Brett. Scratch for the maiden turf, the 4 and the number 10. Number 3, Volatile Storm, a jockey change to Keith Asmussen. Keith Asmussen on 3, Volatile Storm. In the maiden turf, race 9, it's the last of the day, 6:15 p.m. Du Finelli, maiden quarter horse juvenile over the 300 yards. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, Taylor. 12, HF, he's a Brickhouse. Take out the 13, Cross the Line, and scratch the 14, EOS, Maggie May. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the number 14. No rider changes. Number 5, Nitro Beach, and 5 pounds to the program weight there. It's showering in Shelbyville. 9 race card, main track fast, and the turf course. Stays rated firm at this hour. Turf rail at 24 feet. We'll have the first due off in 12 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The boys in the blue tractors still working the main track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Horses held in the walking ring prior to the first of the day, the first of 9. The main track now has been downgraded to sloppy after the showers. Showers finding their mark here in Shelbyville, knocking us off the turf course. Now an all main track hard. Again, the tractors still making their rounds. Horses being held in the paddock here in advance of the first of the day. We'll have the call from Brandy Bell for riders up once the tractors have vacated. All main track hard. We're now off the turf. Main track at Horseshoe Indianapolis downgraded from fast to sloppy. With the tractors off. Now safe for Brandy Bell, paddock judge here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the call for riders up. Again, now an all main track card. Main track, sloppy sealed, off the turf. Main track sloppy. The horses stepping on to the now sloppy track here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for the first. This race carded at 1 mile and 70 yards. Number 7, Private Reserve, has been scratched. 7 of them run. Scratch 7, Private Reserve from the race card. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent early pick 5 on an all now main track card. Off the turf, main track sloppy. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the first, Mitramoro with Mr. Oklahoma. Anabaskitsa, Spoony, joins Mr. Oklahoma. Andre Zaloa, no rematch like Mr. Oklahoma, both for Tim Eggleston here at the top of the card. Evan Roman, Devil's Gotta Go. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. partners Vaccinator. Jose Gutierrez, Remember the Fear. At 1 mile, 70 yards, one more Alberto Burgos with Gagliardi. All 9 races today on the main track. Main track sloppy. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Gagliardi out to a flying start for Alberto Burgos. Mr. Oklahoma holds the rail as they make their way toward the first turn. No rematch, Devil's Gotta Go, Remember the Fear, Spoony, and Vaccinator has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn. Here's Mr. Oklahoma. Mr. Oklahoma pressing through underneath of sharp-starting Gagliardi to take a short lead as they go to the back of this sloppy track at the 6.5, these joint leaders. While racing 6 clear from No Rematch, who's running in third by a length. Devil's Gotta Go has a white cap. Spoony is outside of Devil's Gotta Go. Then it's a break of 7 more lengths back to Vaccinator, and Remember the Fear trails here in the Tuesday opener. The opening quarter covered in 23.64 seconds for the run to the half-mile pole, Gagliardi. Gagliardi back up to the front, leads Mr. Oklahoma as they head toward the far turn. No rematch, making steady progress in company with Spoony between horses. Devil's Gotta Go is racing 7 lengths off this leader, Gagliardi, who puts up a half mile in 47.80 seconds. Devil's Gotta Go is dropped back, farther back to Vaccinator, and last remains Remember the Fear. Just inside 3 furlongs to go, rivals aiming for Gagliardi. With Alberto Burgos, Gagliardi in front, coming toward the quarter pole. From toward the inside, Mr. Oklahoma, who tries to respond to pressure. It's Gagliardi, Mr. Oklahoma, Spoony. No rematches drop back, and Vaccinator sweeping into action. 3/4 on this sloppy track, 1 minute 12.84 seconds. Gagliardi leads with the rail, staring at 1 more furlong as Vaccinator continues to pick up nicely. Mr. Oklahoma's back in third, Spoony's fourth, Remember the Fear is fifth, and here's Vaccinator for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. to the front and pulls away near home. Vaccinator rallies to win it. Gagliardi was second, Mr. Oklahoma third, and Remember the Fear finished fourth. .143.73 after the running of race 1. 6.8136. Vaccinator. 5-2 first. Number 8, Gagliardi. 5-2 on the runner-up. 1, Mr. Oklahoma. 4-1 third. And it's 7-1 3. Remember the Fear gets into the frame. Vaccinator. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with that pink rally cap on. Reels in Gagliardi. Mr. Oklahoma. Sealed sloppy track here. Remember the Fear. Spoony was next home. Devil's Gotta Go. No rematch. 143.73. Sloppy track. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. picks up the first for Ray Paquette the third. Nice Guys Stables at 5-2. The result of the first race official. Now returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 6, Vaccinator. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with his 37th win of the meet. Vaccinator is a 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Connect. The Escandrea mare, Come Follow Me. Ray Petcat the third trains for Steven Spielman's Nice Guys Stables. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Vaccinator. Rallies home at 5-2. First results in on what's turned out to be an all main track card. Main track sloppy at this point. The 6-8 exacta, $28 even. 50-cent trifecta, 6-8-1, $32.30. Remember the Fear was fourth in the first. 10-cent superfecta, 6-8-1-3, paid $23.84. 7 faced the starter, 143.73 seconds. 18 minutes away from race 2. Note the change in post time. No changes in the maiden sprint, all 7 run. No changes in race 2, all main track cards, sloppy, exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts to the $1 early pick 4. Revised post time of 2:45. In all cases, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the day. Hope you had a bet on Vaccinator. Running at Horseshoe Indianapolis, Gagliardi out to a flying start for Alberto Burgos. Mr. Oklahoma holds the rail as they make their way toward the first turn. No rematch, Devil's Gotta Go. Remember the Fear, Spoonie, and Vaccinator has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn. Here's Mr. Oklahoma. Mr. Oklahoma pressing through underneath of sharp-starting Gagliardi to take a short lead as they go to the back of this sloppy track at the 6.5, these joint leaders. While racing 6 clear from No Rematch, who's running in third by a length. Devil's Gotta Go has a white cap. Spoonie is outside of Devil's Gotta Go. Then it's a break of 7 more lengths back to Vaccinator. And Remember the Fear trails here in the Tuesday opener. The opening quarter covered in 23.64 seconds for the run to the half-mile pole, Gagliardi. Gagliardi back up to the front, leads Mr. Oklahoma as they head toward the far turn. No Rematch making steady progress in company with Spoonie between horses. Devil's Gotta Go is racing 7 lengths off this leader, Gagliardi, who puts up a half mile in 47.80 seconds. Devil's Gotta Go is dropped back, farther back to Vaccinator, and last remains Remember the Fear. Just inside 3 furlongs to go, rivals aiming for Gagliardi. With Alberto Burgos, Gagliardi in front, coming toward the quarter pole. From toward the inside, Mr. Oklahoma, who tries to respond to pressure. It's Gagliardi, Mr. Oklahoma, Spoonie. No Rematches drop back, and Vaccinator sweeping into action. 3/4 on this sloppy track, 1 minute 12.84 seconds. Gagliardi leads with the rail, staring at 1 more furlong as Vaccinator continues to pick up nicely. Mr. Oklahoma's back in third, Spoonie's fourth, Remember the Fear is fifth, and here's Vaccinator for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. to the front and pulls away near home. Vaccinator rallies to win it. Gagliardi was second, Mr. Oklahoma third, and Remember the Fear finished fourth. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, a couple of late scratches just in. Once again, we are off the turf. The 4th, 6th, and 8th races on the card have been transferred to the main track. Sloppy at this hour. Turning to the 4th race. 4th race in your program will now be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Number 3, Juicy Justice, has now been scratched. It's off the turf. 4th race main track over the mile and a 16th. Scratch 3, Juicy Justice, out to the 4th. Just to note the 6th race, that'll be run on the main track at 1 mile 70 yards. Race 6 main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. And in the 8th race, looking ahead to race 8, That maiden is off the turf. Race 8 will now be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th. Number 1, Bizarro, has now been withdrawn. 8th race, the maiden on the main track over the mile and a 16th. 8th race, scratch number 1, Bizarro.
Ray Paquette and gang are heating up. At last, the first win for Berloni on the turf earlier this week, and now Vaccinator rolls from the back of the pack to come home to score. We kick off that pick 4 in race number 2 on the all-main track card. 6 furlongs of distance, no scratches and changes in this race. And we've got a favorite right now in Julie Forever, who's making start number 18. I'm going to go a completely different direction. If you're 5 years old, still looking for your first win, I think that would be a play against, at least in my book. Cagsy deserves a look in here for Ziggy Zaggy Stables. Michelle Elliott sends out this 3-year-old filly by Forever Dioro, who's 0 for 4. We're not 0 for 17, not 17 defeats quite yet. And second time at this class level, getting a ton of class relief in here. Did make the huge drop in class last time out from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, and had a sneaky amount of trouble that day. Acted up in the starting gate pretty egregiously. The 3-year-old filly was very restless and unhappy. She seemed cool, calm, and collected today. She was backed out and then ultimately never ran a step. She broke sharp, faded quite rapidly in here. Fernando de la Cruz going to take over the mount from Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Hopefully they can keep this one straight out of the gate. She's had some gate issues in the past, but she does usually break alertly. And on this track, hopefully we can find the lead in here. I also like that they have one very quick workout July 5th since that last start. Second time at this class level should be everything they need for Cagsy to be a maiden no more when it's all said and done. And she's faced some good ones. In this last, has gone on to win numerous races, as has Midnight Capra and Foxy Justice as well. So the third place finisher, Be on the Loose, did come back to win as well out of that June 12th race. So Cagsy is going to be the single for me in that pick 4. But a horse I fear is another lightly raced sort in here, Dreamy Kitten. Much like Ray Paquette's been heating up, Thomas Medina has been hot the entire season. He's winning at 21% here locally. Samuel Bermudez going to be calling the shots as he did on July 2nd. Turf to dirt in play. Maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. Simple enough. Just going from maiden special weight, getting class relief today for a trainer that wins at 21%. For a jockey I trust with Samuel Bermudez, and sometimes in these maiden races, it is as simple as that. The mud throws a little bit of a wrench into things. This will be the second time this horse goes 2 turns. The first time they tried to, cutting back in distance as well. Turf to dirt in play and cutting back, certainly plenty fit in here for the kitten that they call Dreamy Kitten. 8-1 on the board, but the 5 is Glitter Queen. As you can tell from the trend, I'm looking for lightly raced sorts in this spot. Glitter Queen, second start off the layoff, and it would look like either Fernando de la Cruz hopped off, or maybe you could look at it the other way. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. hopped off Cagsy. Either way, those two switch mounts. Marcelino rode Cagsy last time, and Fernando rode Glitter Queen this time. They'll be reversed in here for Bob Gorham as he gets Marcelino Pedroza Jr. looking for yet another winner on the card. He's looking for a riding double already through 2 races. Second start off the layoff, showed speed, didn't show any finish. I think should be stronger today. Second start off the layoff. Usually takes them a little bit to get rolling, and this is an angle that Bob Gorham does. He doesn't always have them cranked and ready to rock at first asking, but he especially excels at second start off the layoff. 29%. Unbelievable numbers for the Gorham gang off the layoff. We'll see if they can get Mass Thoroughbreds home a winner in here. As we're 5 minutes away from the second, some lightly raced sorts going to try and hold off Julie Forever. The bettors are all about the 3. We'll see how it shakes out in here as Julie Forever looking for the first win in start number 18. An intriguing group head out for race 2 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have an additional late scratch to announce for the first time in race 6. One of those 3 taken off the turf course here today on an all-main track card. Turning for a moment to race 6. That race will be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Now scratch 8, Baytown Storm. Race 6, number 8, Baytown Storm, has now been scratched. The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This maiden sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 7. No changes here. All 7 run, sloppy track. Race 2 features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and starts the $1 early pick 4. 2 minutes to post time. All main track card. Now just less than 2 minutes away. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Ray Kuick. Annie Express, Joe Ramos with 44 wins at the meet. Lunar Sky, very fractious and back of the gate, just unseated. Jose Gutierrez did the first time starter Lunar Sky. She reared up. They've backed Annie Express out to the starting gate here. Lunar Sky under a veterinarian review. Late scratch on number 4, Lunar Sky. By order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the 6 furlong start, number 4, Lunar Sky, has now been ordered scratched from the maiden. All wagers here on Lunar Sky, the 4, refunds. There will be a 6 and 4 consolation double. 6-4 consolation double. Those using 4 Lunar Sky in a multi-race wager starting on the 1st. Those wagers will transfer to the post-time favorite. 6 and 4 again for a consolation double. Scratch number 4, Lunar Sky from the maiden sprint. So again with Joe Ramos, Annie Express, the first maiden back in. Samuel Bermudez, Dreamy Kitten will be the next filly. Follows Annie Express into the starting gate. Now Julie Forever. Up comes the mare in their midst. Julie Forever, Mitchell Morrow for Shauna Martin. After that late scratch on 4, Lunar Sky. The 4 is a non-runner here in the maiden. Glitter Queen going in will be a double for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Now Cagsy, leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz with 48 wins here this season. One more, Alex Achard with Lily Rose Express. Late scratch on 4, Lunar Sky. The 4 is a non-runner. The track remains labeled sloppy. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Julie Forever was a bit sluggishly away, drops back to last. Cagsy broke sharp. Here's Cagsy quickly coming to the forefront for Fernando de la Cruz and leads them over this sloppy track for the run to the half-mile pole from Lily Rose Express and Annie Express there at joint second. 5 lengths away to Glitter Queen, who's joined toward the inside by Julie Forever, trying to make up for lost time, and Dreamy Kitten has dropped back to last. They enter the far turn, the quarter for Cagsy. 22.83 seconds. The favorite led. It's Cagsy to 3 furlongs from home. Cagsy leads here by just better than 2. From Annie Express with the rail and Lily Rose Express, they remain tied for second. Cagsy leads coming toward the quarter pole. Julie Forever is 6 lengths off this leader. Glitter Queen is wide and Dreamy Kitten is last. Cagsy spins them in the slop. The half mile for Cagsy, 46.56 seconds with Fernando de la Cruz. It's Cagsy. The Doro Forever Doro leads here by 3 past the 8th pole. From Annie Express and Lily Rose Express still boxing on. Julie Forever's back in 4th. Glitter Queen is 5th. They're close to home. It's Cagsy. And Cagsy takes them gate to wire by 4. Lily Rose Express was the runner-up. Julie Forever 3rd and Annie Express back in 4th. 112.28 after the maiden distaff. Sloppy track 112.28, 67316 Kagsy. Even money favorite home on a sloppy track. 7 Lily Rose Express at 3-1 the runner-up. Here's the slow-mo. 3 Julie Forever missed the start. 7-2 third in her 18th career run. 1 Annie Express at 6-1 the fourth. 6-7-3-1 leading jockey Fernando de la Cruz ringing up his 49th of the meet. Here for Michelle Elliott. Ziggy Zaggy Stables. It's Kagsy at Even Money home. The result of the second race made an official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 6, Kagsy with Fernando de la Cruz. His 49th win of the meet. Kagsy is a 3-year-old bay filly by Forever Doro. She's a pioneer by pioneering. Michelle Elliott trains for Steve Solarski's Ziggy Zaggy Stables. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Kagsy out to the maiden ranks. $6-7 exacta paid $12.80. 50-cent trifecta 6-7-3 $5.50. 6-6 double $20.60. 6-4 consolation double $6.20. Annie Express fourth after the maiden distaff sprint. 10-cent superfecta 6-7-3-1 netted $2.14. In race 2, the 4 Lunar Sky was a late scratch. Refunds on the 4. Favorite first. 6 ran. Sloppy track 112.28 after the running of race 2. Third race next ahead in 18 minutes time. Scratch 7 Who's for Justice. Number 7 Who's for Justice has been scratched from the sprint. No jockey changes. Number 4 Parker 1 pound over the listed program weight. Exacta trifecta superfecta double and another 50-cent rolling pick 3 starts up. 3:15 post time. Remains labeled sloppy. They're in the gate. And they're off. And Julie Forever was a bit sluggishly away. Drops back to last. Kagsy broke sharp. Here's Kagsy quickly coming to the forefront for Fernando de la Cruz and leads them over this sloppy track for the run to the half-mile pole from Lily Rose Express and Annie Express there a joint second. 5 lengths away to Glitter Queen, who's joined toward the inside by Julie Forever, trying to make up for lost time. And Dreamy Kitten has dropped back to last. They enter the far turn. The quarter for Kagsy. 22.83 seconds. The favorite led. It's Kagsy to 3 furlongs from home. Kagsy leads here by just better than 2. From Annie Express with the rail and Lily Rose Express, they remain tied for second. Kagsy leads coming toward the quarter pole. Julie Forever is 6 lengths off this leader. Glitter Queen is wide and Dreamy Kitten is last. Kagsy spins them in the slop. The half mile for Kagsy, 46.56 seconds with Fernando de la Cruz. It's Kagsy. The Doro Forever Doro leads here by 3 past the 8th pole. From Annie Express and Lily Rose Express still boxing on. Julie Forever's back in 4th. Glitter Queen is 5th. They're close to home. It's Kagsy. And Kagsy takes them gate to wire by 4. Lily Rose Express was the runner-up, Julie Forever third, and Any Express back and forth. That remains labeled sloppy. They're in the gate.
We're 11 minutes to the third race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. And here we have an Indiana bred 3-year-old up claiming for 75 to 5, which I thought was very interesting. The 6 is in for 5. The rest are in for 7,500. The 7, who's for Justice, is out. We're going 6 furlongs on the sloppy main track, which is such a joy when it waits to rain to right when they're coming out to the paddock. But I'm just going to keep everything the way that it is. Never change your bet, ladies and gentlemen. Well, once you've written it down anyway. I'm going to start with Mr. Negativity, the 3 at 2-1 right now on the tote board. Mitchell Merle is aboard for Randy Klopp. And nice jockey, nice trainer, and a lovely owner in Mr. Roger Spiess. Him and Randy co-own this one. They've been a leading owner. We're right there at the top in the last few years for sure. He's got good numbers at the distance, 2 wins and a second. He's going up from 5.5, a little bit, to 6. 74 last time and claiming for 5 on a good track and ended up winning. I went back and tried to find some, like a wet fast. Usually when it's rained, this horse has not liked it. So keep that in mind when you're making your bets. But like I said, I'm keeping everything the way that it is. We'll see what he does when he gets out here. And then we'll move to the favorite at 8-5. Now, this is Moped Mo. Marcelino Pedroza is aboard for Rob Dobbs. And the horses that Marcelino, well, obviously Marcelino is one of our top jockeys. But the ones he's been riding for Rob Dobbs have been very impressive as the 6 strolls right in. But we're changing up a lot here. So this horse hasn't raced in 50 days. This one, he's dropping in class from allowance down to bottom-ish claiming. And he is adding blinkers today. Now, I went back to kind of the last few races he had and then the debut. Nice numbers, 75, 74. The 74 was at the distance as well as the 72. So definitely one to include. And on the class drop, this is the lowest this horse has ever been. His running style is pretty much kind of close to or a length or so off the pace. And then I'm going to go to the 2, and that is Stop. Hammer Time. And the 2 is 6-1. Nathan got us a little note on this one, so I'll read it. He is the 4th most experienced horse to race at Horseshoe Indy this year, with this being his 67th lifetime start. However, this is his first out of 2025, so we'll have to go back. Go back all the way to last July. And that was in kind of a lower allowance optional claiming for 10, but he was a winner at today's distance and put up a 77. Now, he might need a couple starts, but I do think he'll be in the mix here. So I put this 9-year-old gelding, named for MC Hammer, obviously, in for 3rd. He's one of the barn favorites. Tiana loves Hammer. He's been such a good guy. He's a stakes-winning horse. He's placed. He has to get the kind of the trip he likes. But then if you look at off tries, he has quite a few in the money finishes when he's ran on off turf or off course. Only 1 win, but 4 seconds and 2/3. So he does not mind the slop at all. And Tiana always takes such good care of her horses. Look how healthy and good that guy looks for a 9-year-old. He's dappled out. He's filled out, swishing his tail. I mean, he just looks phenomenal for a 9-year-old horse racing today. I have no qualms with that at all. 7 minutes to race 3 here. For me, I'm going to go 3-6-2. I'm going to try to, with a 2-1, this 8-5. I'm going to try to beat him with Bet Mitch Get Rich. Mitch Merle in the irons on Mr. Negativity. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the third race. The sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 6. Number 7, Who's for Justice, has been scratched. Scratch number 7, Who's for Justice. No jockey changes in the sprint for Parker. At 1 pound to the listed program weight, makes it there now 114 corrected. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 with 2 minutes to post time. Sloppy track. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in on today's Aloha with Is My Business. Up comes Stop Hammer Time. Jose Gutierrez on the veteran for Tiana Richardville. Stop Hammer Time has joined Is My Business. Up comes Mr. Negativity. Mitchell Murrell. Our leading trainer Randy Klopp with 32 wins here at the meet. Joseph Romero Parker going in, 2 back. Alberto Burgos with Bella's Prayer at 6 furlongs. One more, Moped Mo. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. won the opener. Vaccinator and Kagsy, our first 2 winners. Sloppy Track, it remains. They're in the gate. They're off and sprinting. Mr. Negativity hopped in the air, drifts back toward last. Moped Mo, Bella's Prayer, both sharply away. Toward the inside, first run of 2025 for the 9-year-old 9-time winner, Stop Hammer Time, in the orange cap and sleeves, who's joined by Is My Business. And then moving up between horses, Mr. Negativity in the maroon cap. Mr. Negativity was last from the gate, and Parker on the far outside as they dash past the half-mile pole here on the sloppy track. It's Bella's Prayer. Bella's Prayer has taken the lead for Alberto Burgos. The quarter, 22.71 seconds. Around the far turn that way, it's Bella's Prayer. Moped Mo right there second on the outside. A length and a half to Parker, who's gained third. Mr. Negativity is fourth toward the inside as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Is My Business, and finally Stop Hammer Time. It's Bella's Prayer. Bella's Prayer, Moped Mo, Parker on the outside. Mr. Negativity, Stop Hammer Time, and Is My Business into the stretch, half mile, 45.81 seconds. It's been a battle. Bella's Prayer and Moped Mo, the fight is on. 1 furlong to go. 4 lengths away, Parker's third. Mr. Negativity and Stop Hammer Time. Moped Mo and Bella's Prayer, they are throwing it down. Bella's Prayer and Moped Mo on the outside. Who will it be? Bella's Prayer emerging. Bella's Prayer and Moped Mo. Photo. Finish. Parker was third and Stop Hammer Time finished fourth. Won 11.38 seconds after a stretch duel. This is a win photograph. Please hold all tickets. Over to the slow-mo we go. Sloppy Track, Bella's Prayer. 6 Moped Mo in the blue. Photo. Hold all tickets. The sprint verdict in. 5, 6, 4, 2. It's gone to 5. Bella's Prayer. Very narrow margin of victory that. Bella's Prayer over the 6. Moped Mo by a nose. 4 Parker, 20 to 1/3, and 2 Stop Hammer Time at 8 to 1/4 in his 67th career start and first up in 2025. Bella's Prayer. Alberto Burgos teaming again this meet with John Harron. Bella's Prayer noses out. Moped Mo in a photo. In the Murphy Trailer Sales Winners Circle, number 5, Bella's Prayer, after a hard-fought battle with Alberto Burgos. Bella's Prayer is a 6-year-old dark bay brown gelding by Prayer for Relief. And a Bella Ann by Artie Schiller for Harron Thoroughbreds LLC of trainer John Harron. Bella's Prayer and a win photograph in 111.38, 5642. Official. $5-6 exacta, a nose between them, $47.20, 50-cent trifecta paid $43.25. Parker was third. 50-cent pick 3, first pick 3 on an all main track card, $41.35. Vaccinator to Cagsy to Bella's Prayer. 6-5 double, $52 even. Stop. Hammer Time fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 5642 paid $32.97. 6 ran, sloppy track 111.38. Race 4 next. When a 3 taken off the turf course, all main track card as noted. Race 4, mile and a 16th. Scratch the 3, Juicy Justice. Number 3, Juicy Justice has been scratched. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and start to the 50-cent late pick 5. All main track cards, so there's no all turf pick 3. Scratch that. Post time 3:45. Off and sprinting. Mr. Negativity hopped in the air, drifts back toward last. Moped Mo, Bella's Prayer both sharply away. Toward the inside, first run of 2025 for the 9-year-old 9-time winner, Stop Hammer Time, in the orange cap and sleeves, who's joined by Is My Business. And then moving up between horses, Mr. Negativity in the maroon cap. Mr. Negativity was last from the gate. And Parker on the far outside as they dash past the half-mile pole here on this sloppy track. It's Bella's Prayer. Bella's Prayer has taken the lead for Alberto Burgos. The quarter, 22.71 seconds. Around the far turn that way, it's Bella's Prayer. Moped Mo right there second on the outside. A length and a half to Parker, who's gained third. Mr. Negativity is fourth toward the inside as they make their way toward the quarter pole. Is My Business, and finally Stop Hammer Time. It's Bella's Prayer. Bella's Prayer, Moped Mo, Parker on the outside. Mr. Negativity, Stop Hammer Time, and Is My Business into the stretch, half mile, 45.81 seconds. It's been a battle. Bella's Prayer and Moped Mo, the fight is on. 1 furlong to go. 4 lengths away, Parker's third. Mr. Negativity and Stop Hammer Time. Moped Mo and Bella's Prayer, they are throwing it down. Bella's Prayer and Moped Mo on the outside. Who will it be? Bella's Prayer emerging. Bella's Prayer and Moped Mo. Photo. Finish.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
you've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights, like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Here we are approaching the late Fire 5, already midway through the Tuesday portion of our card at this time of day. Scratch numbers 3, Juicy Justice out of this off-turf event, now a mile and 16th on the main track in here. And like Rachel touched on, she doesn't like to change her picks. I'm going to leave my top selection the same despite the surface change. However, certainly not in love with this horse by any means on the off track. We'll keep Enchanted Melody on top, but I much prefer this horse on the turf course in here. And ran a huge race last time out on the turf last time. Now goes back to the main track. And I think maybe this 5-year-old mare, she might be the stroke of bad luck. She is the queen of off turf. She's only been able to get on the turf course one time in her career. Michelle Elliott, she's already a winner on the day. She looks for another one in here, training double with Enchanted Melody, who's done more than pay her way. This 5-year-old mare has banked almost $100,000. In fact, just a hair under $80,000 at this point. A 4-time winner. 2 of those wins have come on sloppy or off tracks because 5 out of 6 races, this horse was entered on the turf and it was rained off, and they stayed in, and they've produced some pretty good results as well. I like the way this one's turned out today. Looks picture perfect down here in the walking ring. Has controlling speed, but does not need the lead by any means. I originally loved this horse today on the turf course, but I like this horse on the off track. We'll see if Enchanted Melody can give Miss Michelle Elliott a training double in race number 4. But the inside runner improves quite a bit, in my opinion, with the surface change in here. Tizzy Justice, a fellow 5-year-old mare who's only won 2 races from 22 starts. Not nearly as much success when it comes to wins as the top selection. However, Tom Medina has been having himself a very nice meet, and this horse certainly improves, at least in my opinion, on the main track. Has run some very good races. In fact, ran in a $100,000 stakes race on the dirt back in 2023, showing speed before giving way to It's Forever, who's a classy mare as well. And then wasn't all that long ago, this horse was knocking heads with stakes champion Crossley as well. So Tizzy Justice moves up on an off track as well. She's tried it 3 times. She has 1 win and 2/3 to her name, and she projects to be some of the pace in here. She does like to have a target, but drawing the inside, my guess is they're going to giddy up from that rail and try and hold that position for Justice Farm. But the outside is favorably drawn, and it's I Made It. This is a horse who's got the most experience on the dirt. In fact, this 3-time winner has all 3 wins on a fast main track. Now, only 1 race on an off track. That race didn't produce much in the way of results, but can certainly be forgiven, as it was a $100,000 stakes race 2 years ago when she was 2 years old, in which she took some action back on Indiana Champions Day before losing to the Kid Pataki. They've only tried the turf 1 other time, so this one absolutely moves up as well on the dirt. It hasn't been that long since this 4-year-old filly made it to the winner's circle. She won on October 22nd in a race that fell apart. She sat near the back of the pack, swooshed by, rolled on impressively late. She did try 2 turns after that race and ran admirably. She ran second in a 10-horse field and proved that she can handle the dirt herself and can handle the distance as well. She lost to Crossley, who's gone on to win stakes races on the main track since that race. So I Made It, a filly who certainly moves up in here. The 6 has taken a ton of action. Skip Injustice. Gonzalez sending out the 6-year-old mare, only a 2-time winner. I'm surprised at the amount of money the 6 has taken at this point. I think it's 5, 1, or 7. Not overly confident which one it may be, but I do believe it will be one of those 3, as we're 6 minutes away from kicking off that Late Fire 5. Let's take a look at the Late Fire 5 ticket. Now, I did have to navigate through the surface changes in here. We came off the turf in this race. We came off the turf in race number 6, as well as race number 8. So we're going to use 1, 5, and 7 in the 4th race. We change our single, who was originally not our single. Our single is going to now be Brendan Walsh's and Godolphin's Pretty Sassy. Some back class in there. Won the maiden race over at the fairgrounds, and then won the N1X over at fairgrounds as well. As the riders are getting the leg up, a challenging late pick 5 sequence. The Late Fire 5 provides some intrigue, and if you're still alive in that early pick 5, certainly wish you the best of luck. You've got a $16 winner in there, but you are not home and cooled out yet, as there's still plenty of racing action coming at you next.
Stepping onto the track now for the 4th race. This one of 3 taken off the turf course. This race will be run on the main track over the mile and a 16th, a field of 6. Scratch number 3, Juicy Justice. Number 3, Juicy Justice has been scratched. Main track remains labeled sloppy. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the 50-cent late pick 5. No horseshoe hat trick, all turf pick 3 on the card. Track sloppy, 3 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, for your information, we have a late scratch to announce for the first time from the 8th race. 8th race that maiden will be run on the main track at 1 mile and a 16th. Race 8 in your program, now take out 9 Diver. That scratch just in from the 8th race today. Maiden on the main track, scratch number 9, Diver. All main track card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis today. Main track sloppy, less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Going down to the mile and a 16th main track start. Track sloppy. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're moving into position. Joseph Romero with Tizzy Justice. Here over the mile and a 16th. With Joe Ramos, Jolly Justice joins Tizzy Justice. Juicy Justice, the 3 is a non-runner. Luis Contreras with Pretty on the Prairie. Up comes Enchanted Melody. Evan Roman for Michelle Elliott with a win on the card. 2 back. Santo Sanjor with Skippin' Justice. Track here remains labeled sloppy. 1 more. I Made It. Alberto Burgos riding for a double on the day. It's 1 of 3 taken off the turf course. Main track sloppy. They're in the gate. They're off. Enchanted Melody broke sharp. Good speed from I Made It and toward the inside. Jolly Justice, the maroon cap, has come out running in 3rd. Then Pretty on the Prairie with Skippin' Justice and Tizzy Justice has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn with Evan Roman. Enchanted Melody takes the point. 7 furlongs to run. Enchanted Melody dictates the field and leads I Made It by 2 as these Indiana breds go to the back of this sloppy track. With Jolly Justice running in 3rd, then it's a break of 3 more to Pretty on the Prairie, 2 more to Skippin' Justice and Tizzy Justice. The opening quarter in 25.12 seconds. There's no early pace on. Enchanted Melody allowed to dictate his own terms. Or her own terms, pardon me. It's Enchanted Melody who leads here. I Made It, who's staying close. Then still a break of some 10 more lengths back there to Jolly Justice with Tizzy Justice. Pretty on the Prairie and Skippin' Justice has dropped back to last. The half mile in 49.51 seconds. Enchanted Melody, I Made It, still staying right there with the front runner for Alberto Burgos. Enchanted Melody by a half length to I Made It with 3 furlongs to go. And quite a separation back there to next in 3rd position is Jolly Justice. Tizzy Justice follows Jolly Justice. Pretty on the Prairie and Skippin' Justice remains last. These fillies mares come past the quarter pole. I Made It outside of Enchanted Melody as they straighten away together. Jolly Justice, Tizzy Justice, Skippin' Justice. Pretty on the Prairie is now last. I Made It. Then to the inside, Enchanted Melody kicks with her. 3/4 woman at 14.08 seconds. I Made It has a nose in front. Enchanted Melody gamely. Then Jolly Justice. Tizzy Justice is back in 4th. I Made It kept to the task by Alberto Burgos. I Made It. I Made It. I Made It. And Enchanted Melody. A nose between them. Jolly Justice, Tizzy Justice. .148.14 win photograph. Jolly Justice was 3rd. Tizzy Justice was 4th. Juicy Justice was a non-runner. Here's the slow-mo. 2-1 on 7. I Made It. 7-5. Enchanted Melody, the rail. Good bob for I Made It. Enchanted Melody, Jolly Justice, Tizzy Justice, well clear. 7-5-2-1, 7 I made it. 2-1 first, Alberto Burgos for Stephen Fosdick. Gets the result. 5 Enchanted Melody, 7-5. Did not miss by much. 2 Jolly Justice, 6-1 third. 6-1 1 Tizzy Justice was fourth. 7-5-2-1. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle, the 7 I Made It, a riding double for Alberto Burgos. I Made It is a 4-year-old chestnut filly by Barishnikov. Out of the Artemis Sunrise mare, CJ Sunrise. Stephen Fosdick trains for Indiana breeder and owner Blaine Davidson. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of I Made It. Paid 2-1, 148.14. Race for official. The 50-cent pick 3 on races 2, 3, and 4 pays out $57. 7-5 exacta after a win photograph, $15.40. 50-cent trifecta, $25.55. 5-7 double, $70.20. Tizzy Justice 4th, 10-cent superfecta, 7-5-2-1 paid $10.44. 6 face starter Ray Kewick, 148.14 sloppy track. "20 minutes away from race 5 in the mile. Scratch number 1, Normandy Queen. Number 1, Normandy Queen has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and starts to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. Sloppy track. Post time for the Distaff Mile, 4:16. They're off. Enchanted Melody broke sharp. Good speed from I Made It, and toward the inside, Jolly Justice. The maroon cap has come out running in third. Then, Pretty on the Prairie with Skippin' Justice, and Tizzy Justice has dropped back to last as they enter the first turn with Evan Roman. Enchanted Melody takes the point. 7 furlongs to run. Enchanted Melody dictates the field and leads I Made It by 2 as these Indiana breds go to the back of this sloppy track. With Jolly Justice running in third, then it's a break of 3 more to Pretty on the Prairie, 2 more to Skippin' Justice and Tizzy Justice. The opening quarter in 25.12 seconds. There's no early pace on. Enchanted Melody allowed to dictate his own terms, or her own terms, pardon me. It's Enchanted Melody who leads here. I Made It, who's staying close. Then still a break of some 10 more lengths back there to Jolly Justice with Tizzy Justice. Pretty on the Prairie and Skippin' Justice has dropped back to last. The half mile in 49.51 seconds. Enchanted Melody, I Made It, still staying right there with the front runner for Alberto Burgos. Enchanted Melody by a half length to I Made It with 3 furlongs to go. And quite a separation back there to next in third position is Jolly Justice. Tizzy Justice follows Jolly Justice. Pretty on the Prairie and Skippin' Justice remains last. These fillies mares come past the quarter pole. I Made It outside of Enchanted Melody as they straighten away together. Jolly Justice, Tizzy Justice, Skippin' Justice. Pretty on the Prairie is now last. I Made It. Then toward the inside, Enchanted Melody kicks with her. 3/4, 1 minute 14.08 seconds. I Made It has a nose in front. Enchanted Melody gamely. Then Jolly Justice, Tizzy Justice is back in fourth. I made it, kept to the task by Alberto Burgos. I made it. I made it. I made it. And a chantability. A nose between them. Jolly Justice, Sissy Justice.
We are 9 minutes to race 5 here, Horseshoe Indianapolis. 3-year-old and up allowance optional claiming for 62.5 going postward here. In those 9 minutes with a few in the dark, the race is going to be contested at a mile on the dirt. The 1 Normandy Queen is out of here. And I'm going to go with the 4 on top, Desert Rhapsody. You guys, I handicapped all this whole card, and earlier today had no clue it was going to rain. We are now still sloppy and off the turf. 4-year-old filly by Cairo Prince. Alex Ashard is up. Jose Carreras is aboard. Left all my notes with Nathan in my iPad Pro over there. And he's, just vibing out looking at race 6 for Thursday, practicing all the handicapping. This horse has moved from the Doug O'Neill barn recently, coming off of a sloppy effort and didn't do that great. Also has tried the turf too before that at Santa Anita. And this horse is right now sitting on the board at 2-1. So I guess I'm not the only one that likes this horse, but the question mark obviously is the off turf try. Hasn't really had any off dirt experience. So that's a little bit of question mark. But if you go back to some of the races, the maiden breaking race was a 6th length win, as well as first time with winners at a mile. Obvious that this horse does like the distance. But again, like I said, the off track angle is what I am kind of questioning here for this one, but I'm sticking with what I'm sticking with. Let's go next to the 5, named after me, Pretty Sassy. Just kidding. 3-year-old filly by Medaglio d'Oro. This horse hasn't raced for, my top pick hasn't raced for a couple months and is dropping down in class. But the 5, Pretty Sassy, hasn't raced for more than 5 months. So that's a little bit of a question mark. However, that last race at Fairgrounds, the maiden breaking win, an 87 Brisnet speed figure by 7.5 lengths. Then came back a month later, first time with winners, and $100,000 allowance, ends up winning by a head, both times as the bettor's favorite. Now this is a 62,000 race, and it's a little bit shorter of a field. So I think that Pretty Sassy is going to have a really nice run off of that drop in class. Pretty Sassy, however, is only ran on a fast track, so another question mark. And then in the spirit of going in order, the 4 to 5 favorite we're seeing now, my third selection is the 6 at 9-2, Night Kiss. Fernando de la Cruz is hot right now. John and I have talked about some of the jockeys that once they get on 2-3-day race streaks, they continue, and Fernando's one of them. In the last week, out of 21 starts, he's had 9 wins, 2 seconds, and 3 thirds. Obviously, Tom Medina is a high percentage and doing really well when he's brought his horses here. And that last race was actually a win. He finished second, but there was a DQ, and he did get moved up to first, so he was taken up early. And without that little bit of trouble, probably would have been a winner that day. Night Kiss, who I'm rounding out with my trifecta. My voice is fine until I get on the mic, and I guess maybe because I'm projecting it a little bit for you guys, it starts going out, but so I apologize for my raspy voice. It's Tony Martinez, our track man's fault. We were at the golf course yesterday, and I think we had a little bit too much fun. But Desert Rhapsody is my pick here on top, the 4 at 5-2, or 5 minutes to post. I'll have them throw up my pick 4 ticket. This is the start of the late Itoba pick 4. In this race, I went 4, 5, 6 in the 6th race. It's a claimer for 20 on the turf, and I have 1 Sabrina, 4 Sweet Daydream, who has early speed and just ran on the turf last time, and Baytown Storm, technically going up, but hasn't been off the board in 5 starts. On to very quickly here, the 7th race, which is a maiden special weight. 2, 5, 6, Unbridled Sabbath, I think has a good shot. The 5 Indian Smoke Show as well, who has been right in the thick of it, but just even forced both times. And then the 8, my 8 got scratched. Oh, good. You guys did you guys catch that? In the 7th race, I went 2, 5 there. And then in the 8th, Keith is on the 3, and I went 3, 9, 11. That's my ticket here for the late pick 4, sponsored by the Indiana Thoroughbred Owners and Breeders Association. Good luck.
The fillies and mares stepping onto the track here for the 5th race. This race carded for the main track over the mile. They fill a 6. Number 1, Normandy Queen has been scratched. Scratch the 1, Normandy Queen. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. All main track card. Sloppy track, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Santo Sanjor was simply complicated. Joe Ramos with It's Forever. Joined Simply Complicated. Alex Achard with Desert Rhapsody. Loading for this Phillies and Mares Mile, sloppy track. Aguirelas with Pretty Sassy in the royal blue. Even money, Pretty Sassy. Two back. Fernando de la Cruz with Night Kiss. One more, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Partners, Gran Mirelia. Making her first stateside start. Up comes Gran Mirelia. Even money, Pretty Sassy, they're in the gate. They're off. Simply Complicated, sharp away. Desert Rhapsody with the white cap going for an early run. Right there is Night Kiss and Pretty Sassy in the royal blue. It's Forever toward the inside and wide. Gran Mirelia has dropped back to last. It's Simply Complicated. So the early lead for Santo Sanjor dictates the field at 29-1. Leads here by 3/4 length to a close-up Desert Rhapsody at the 6.5. In the meantime, with Aguirelas, first run since the fairgrounds for Pretty Sassy, who tracks them from third, going up the back of the sloppy track after Pretty Sassy by a length to Night Kiss. Then it's a break of 3 lengths away. On the outside, the Argentine Group 1 winner, Gran Mirelia, making her 4-year-old season a bow. She leads It's Forever now, going past the half-mile pole. It's Simply Complicated. The opening quarter was 24.20 seconds. Desert Rhapsody right there with the front runner for Alex Achard. Simply Complicated and Desert Rhapsody with Pretty Sassy running in third. Night Kiss coming up wide now, just over 3 furlongs to go. It's Forever in the green cap and Gran Mirelia is last. Half mile, 48.33 seconds. Desert Rhapsody going for it now. Night Kiss coming with a bid. Desert Rhapsody by a length to Night Kiss, who continues to charge. Gran Mirelia, she's picking up on the far outside. Pretty Sassy between horses toward the inside, Simply Complicated, and It's Forever. These fillies and mares straight and away. 3/4, 1 minute, 12.55 seconds. Desert Rhapsody leads into the furlong grounds. Has a length and a half advantage over Night Kiss, second, and Gamely. It's Forever toward the inside, then Pretty Sassy and Gran Mirelia. They're close to home with Alex Achard. Desert Rhapsody holds Night Kiss. Desert Rhapsody gets the result from Night Kiss by a length and a half. Then Pretty Sassy with It's Forever, Gran Mirelia, and Simply Complicated tailed off. $137.79 after the Fillies and Mares Mile. 137.79, 4-6, then a show photo. 4-1 Desert Rhapsody, 3-1 Night Kiss. Third got close. Pretty Sassy in the Godolphin Royal Blue, just ahead of It's Forever. Gran Mirelia and Simply Complicated. 5 Pretty Sassy was third, and 3 It's Forever fourth. 4-6-5-3. Alex Achard for Jose Casares. Desert Rhapsody at 4-1 in the mile. The result of race 5 official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle of 4, Desert Rhapsody with Alex Achard. Desert Rhapsody is a 4-year-old dark bay or brown filly by Cairo Prince out of the sultry song mare Shady Reflection. Jose Casares trains for Roadrunner Racing, Emerson Family Trust, and co-owner Jeffrey Lambert. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Desert Rhapsody. Takes out the Phillies Mares Mile here at 4-1. The 4-6 exacta paid $53 even. 50-cent trifecta, 4-6-5, $30.10. 7-4 double and even $39. It's Forever fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 4-6-5-3, $13.83. 50-cent pick 3, 5 with the 7 with the 4, $143.20. The $1 early pick 4 paid $580.60 and results in on the 50-cent early pick 5. Daily starts on the first of the day, 5 of 5 for $2,256.05. Sloppy track. 137.79 after the Distaff Mile. 19 minutes away, race 6, 1 of 3 off the turf course. Race 6 next at 1 mile and 70 yards. Track remains labeled sloppy. Scratch, number 8, Baytown Storm. Number 8, Baytown Storm has been scratched. No rider changes. Number 6, Champagne on Ice, 1 pound over the program weight. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10-cent Grand High 5. First Pentafecta featured on the card. Double pick 3. Post time, 4:46. Up next, the Phillies and Mares Mile race replay. Theroff. Simply Complicated, sharp away. Desert Rhapsody with the white cap going for an early run. Right there is Night Kiss and Pretty Sassy in the royal blue. It's Forever toward the inside and wide. Gran Mirella has dropped back to last. It's Simply Complicated. So the early lead for Santos Sanjor dictates the field at 29-1. Leads here by 3/4 length to a close-up. Desert Rhapsody at the 6.5. In the meantime, with Edgar Morales, first run since the fairgrounds for Pretty Sassy, who tracks them from third, going up the back of this sloppy track after Pretty Sassy by a length to Night Kiss. Then it's a break of 3 lengths away. On the outside, the Argentine Group 1 winner, Gran Mirella, making her 4-year-old season a bow. She leads It's Forever now, going past the half-mile pole. It's Simply Complicated. The opening quarter was 24.20 seconds. Desert Rhapsody right there with the front runner for Alex Achard. Simply Complicated and Desert Rhapsody with Pretty Sassy running in third. Night Kiss coming up wide now, just over 3 furlongs to go. It's Forever in the green cap and Gran Mirella is last. Half mile, 48.33 seconds. Desert Rhapsody going for it now. Night Kiss coming with a bid. Desert Rhapsody by a length to Night Kiss, who continues to charge. Gran Mirella, she's picking up on the far outside. Pretty Sassy between horses toward the inside. Simply Complicated and It's Forever. These Phillies mares straight and away. 3/4, 1 minute 12.55 seconds. Desert Rhapsody leads into the furlong grounds. Has a length and a half advantage over Night Kiss second and gamely. It's Forever toward the inside. Then Pretty Sassy and Gran Mirella. They're close to home with Alex Achard. Desert Rhapsody holds Night Kiss. Desert Rhapsody gets the result from Night Kiss by a length and a half. Then Pretty Sassy with It's Forever. Theroff.
We are 9 minutes to the 6th race here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We have a filly and mare, 3-year-old and up, claiming for $20,000, and it is off of the turf. And sticking with what I liked in the last race worked out, so let's just keep on keeping on, even though, I would have really liked to try to look for some off form. I'm just going to go with what I liked originally, and that was the one, Sabrina. The 7-5 favorite here right now. Edgar Morales is aboard for Brendan Walsh. And, this is a really nice filly. Even though she's only had one win and it was at Keeneland, look at that race. I mean, that was a tough race to break your maiden in. It was a $100,000 maiden claiming, 7 furlongs on the dirt. It was a 10-horse field. So I just like this horse's running style. It looks like it's going to try to be close, was last time, but it didn't fare very well. I just think this horse has been in too tough. So last race was a claiming for 40 non-2. Right here in this race, we're dropping down. There's a lot to like about her other than dropping down in class. She's also second off the layoff. She gets the rail, and this is really for the grass, but I know that the stat that I had was for the grass, but I know that the rail's hot, the inside's hot on all. This is the surfaces here. So with the second off the layoff, it's first time on turf, though, which is a little bit of a question mark for me. However, another positive is the dam Successful Slew. She did win a couple times on turf. Malibu Moon only ran a couple times, and it was on dirt. But definitely a little bit of turf on the dam side for Sabrina. Then we're going to go to the oh, no. I forgot to update my guys on my picks. The 8's out of here. You guys want to do 1, 4, 7? I kind of liked Von Leibowitz. Sorry, Aaron. I just noticed that. I should have texted you. I did notice it when I was talking about the pick 4. You want to do 1, 8, 7? Let's talk about the 1, 4, 7. Let's talk about the 4, though, while Aaron fixes that graphic for me. Sweet Daydream. So this is the longest shot on the board, but I'm going to tell you guys why I like this one. Okay, look at these starts on the past performances. Now, okay, this is another thing that I did have her here for the fact that she ran on the turf last time. And if you just cut out the finish of these races, some of them she does such a good job. And then it's like the end of the race, she doesn't know what to do. And she's always at super high odds. Last time she was in the lead coming into the stretch, and she was second by a head in the stretch, then ends up 6 by 6 lengths. I don't know what that is about. But Hannah was aboard her last time and got her off to that really great start. And I know Hannah, and she knows how to figure out horses. So I love that she's aboard again. But this is definitely kind of a question mark on the off. She has ran it before. It was just a good track, and she was a winner out of 3. But I'm telling you, if she can get that early speed, that's how she broke her maiden last November. She ended up getting to the lead and winning by 2. Now, she has been pretty far back in all the races except the last one on turf with Hannah. So I wish we would have got the turf, because I think Sweet Daydream would have been an awesome long shot. Now that we're off, I don't really know how that's going to go. And then let's go to the 7, which I really liked, Von Leibowitz, 3-year-old filly. Ray Paquette already has a win on the card. He's looking for a double. It switches to Ramos as well. He is also good off the layoff. Ray, 27% off this kind of layoff. Hasn't raced for more than 2 months. That last race was the maiden claiming, so it's first time with winners, which is always pretty tough. 12-5, and we're starting out in this $20,000 claimer for Fawn, but right now she's 10-1, so I'll take that as well here in this race. I've got 1, 4, 7 here in the 6th race. Had to kind of switch things up. We had a late scratch here, Baytown Storm, and also there was a late scratch later in the 8th race. Bet on Brett out of that race as well. So couple of late scratches with it raining right before post time, but we'll keep an eye on the rest of them for you. 4 minutes, race 6. Good luck.
The horses call postward now for the 6th race. This is taken off the turf course. Race 6 will be run over the sloppy main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. A field of 8. Scratch the 8 Baytown Storm. Number 8 Baytown Storm has been scratched. No rider changes. 6 Champagne on Ice, add 1 pound to the program weight. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, 10-cent Grand High 5. First Pentafecta featured on the card today. Double pick 3. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going down to the 1 mile 70 yards. Main track start. Main track sloppy. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Edgar Morales with Sabrina. Santo Sanjor, Asteria. White in the green blocks and a green cap. Chris Landeros, Champagne on Ice coming up. Evan Roman with Choate. Joe Ramos, Fawn Leibowitz. Fawn Leibowitz went in well. Streaking Marcelino Pedroza Jr. on the Tuesday score sheet. Here's streaking. Two back. Hanalehi with Sweet Daydream at 1 mile and 70 yards. Sabrina 6-5 favorite. One more, Sammy Bermudez with Free Passage. They're in the gate. And they're off. Streaking broke sharp. Here's Sweet Daydream with an early bid. Sabrina settles toward the inside, and Free Passage up with these front runners. It's Sweet Daydream for Hanalehi. Sweet Daydream to the early lead and is pulled clear to a nearly 4-length advantage from Streaking with the black cap, and Sabrina holds the rail. Free Passage in the leading quartet at the 6.5. Then Champagne on Ice. Following her, Fawn Leibowitz. Nearest the inside is Asteria, and Choate is dropped back to last as these fillies of mare go to the back. The opening quarter for Sweet Daydream, 24.36 seconds. So a 55-1 front runner at Sweet Daydream, who dictates terms to Streaking, a length and a half to Free Passage. Nearest the inside is Sabrina, who's a ground-saving fourth under the hands of Edgar Morales. Champagne on Ice looking to move in company with Sabrina. Champagne on Ice and behind horses there for Chris Landeros. Then comes Fawn Leibowitz. Asteria remains second to last, and the trailer still Choate. Half mile for the front runner, Sweet Daydream, 49.09 seconds as they enter the far turn. Now here come the closers, just being led by Streaking. Free Passage on the outside, and Sweet Daydream is dropped back once headed. So coming toward the quarter pole, Streaking leads Free Passage. Sabrina now in range. Fawn Leibowitz up into fourth. Champagne Ice in between horses. On the far outside is Choate. Then comes Asteria, and the early leader, Sweet Daydream, is dropped back to last. They're homeward bound 3/4. 1 minute 13.72 seconds. Here's Free Passage with Simmer Munez. Free Passage battles toward the inside, Streaking, and these two down toward the final 16th, and Asteria. Asteria's looking for that gap, and she moves up through it now. Champagne on Ice on the outside. Champagne on Ice, Asteria, Free Passage, Champagne on Ice. Champagne on Ice has won it from Asteria. Free Passage third, then Streaking and Sabrina. 144.13 on the sloppy track. We're standing by for the run-out from the judges posted now. 6.5931. Here's the slow-mo 6. Champagne on Ice. 4-1 first, 3/4 length to Asteria. 9-2 second, 9 free passage third, 3 streaking fourth. Sabrina von Leibowitz, Choate. 144.13. Champagne on Ice. Rallies to win it. Chris Landeros or Ian Wilkes. Jim Gladden, daughter of Frosted, in at 4-1. Race 6 official. Result confirmed by the judges. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 6. Champagne on Ice with Chris Landeros. Champagne on Ice is a 3-year-old bay filly by Frosted. And the overanalyzed mare, Too Much Detail. Ian Wilkes trains for Jim Gladden. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Champagne on Ice. The 6.5 exacta returned $58.60. 50-cent trifecta 659, $113.60. 4-6 double $74.60 with Sabrina fifth. The 10-cent pentafecta 65931 paid $401.77. 50-cent pick 3 $60.15. Streaking fourth. 10-cent superfecta 6593 returned $151.69. 144.13 sloppy track. 7th race next, 19 minutes away. Maiden Distaff Sprint. Scratch the 8, one more question. Number 8, one more question has been scratched. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double final pick 3 of the day. Post time 5:16. Just remind all Horseshoe Indianapolis fans, next live race card will be tomorrow. This week, Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. No live racing here on Friday. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. First Floor Road TV open for simulcast wagering on Friday. Then on Saturday, an all-quarter horse card, including 4 stakes races, $700,000 in stakes purses. Here for an all-quarter horse card on Saturday. Saturday kicking off at 10:45 a.m. Wednesday and Thursday cards from 2:10 p.m. Eastern. and they're off. Streaking broke sharp. Here's Sweet Daydream with an early bid. Sabrina settles toward the inside and free passage up with these front runners. It's Sweet Daydream for Hannah Leahy. Sweet Daydream to the early lead and is pulled clear to a nearly 4-length advantage from Streaking with the black cap, and Sabrina holds the rail. Free passage of the leading quartet at the 6.5. Then Champagne on Ice. Following her, Fawn Leibowitz. Nearest the inside is Asteria, and Choate is dropped back to last as these fillies of mare go to the back. The opening quarter for Sweet Daydream, 24.36 seconds. So a 55-1 front runner at Sweet Daydream, who dictates terms to Streaking, a length and a half to free passage. Nearest the inside is Sabrina, who's a ground-saving fourth under the hands of Edgar Morales. Champagne on Ice looking to move in company with Sabrina. Champagne on Ice and behind horses there for Chris Landeros. Then comes Fawn Leibowitz. Asteria remains second to last, and the Triller still Choate. Half mile for the front runner, Sweet Daydream, 49.09 seconds as they enter the far turn. Now here come the closers, just being led by Streaking. Free passage on the outside, and Sweet Daydream is dropped back once headed. So coming toward the quarter pole, Streaking leads, free passage. Sabrina now in range. Fawn Leibowitz up into fourth. Champagne Ice in between horses. On the far outside is Choate. Then comes Asteria, and the early leader, Sweet Daydream, is dropped back to last. They're homeward bound 3/4. 1 minute 13.72 seconds. Here's free passage with Simmer Munez. Free passage. Battles toward the inside, Streaking, and these two down toward the final 16th, and Asteria. Asteria's looking for that gap, and she moves up through it now. Champagne on Ice on the outside. Champagne on Ice, Asteria free passes. Champagne on Ice. Champagne on Ice has won it from Asteria. Free passage third, then Streaking and Sabrina.
In the paddock for race number 7, scratch number 8, one more question out of this event. This one was originally carded for the dirt. Will be on a sloppy main track in here. 6 furlongs going to be the distance. Pentafecta featured in this race as well, in a competitive race at that. I think we've got potentially a vulnerable favorite in number 2 at even money. So I'm going to go a different direction in this spot. I think Dreaming Girl is a horse that if you're watching those replays as a replay, you might want to take a peek at. They all, or many of them, exit the common race on June 24th, a maiden special weight event. And Dreaming Girl, I thought, got the worst of it that day. Now, wasn't necessarily bet heavily by any means. This horse did go off favored back May 13th. The last 2 starts, 4-1 and 8-1 respectively. But they drew the inside. They were stuck on the inside, got shuffled back to last. Came with a run on the rail and got shut off yet again and was ultimately wrapped up the rest of the way. I think this horse has a closing ability to come from off the pace, has closed in strongly in the past for Yarmari Correa. Joshua Romero, apprentice rider, off Yarmari Correa back on. That's maybe when they had the most success, back on April 23rd. So I think there's certainly excuses in that last race. This 3-year-old filly never really got to stretch her legs. She was shuffled back. She was steadied in the lane, and she was really only beaten by 2 lengths on most of these foes in this spot as well. And you're going to get 9 times your money compared to the 2 who's currently even money on the board. I think Dreaming Girl is a bet in here across the board, as well as an exacta and trifecta for me. Not often diving into those verticals, but do like Dreaming Girl at 9-1. But going to have to deal with the good-looking gray, this 3-year-old filly, Unbridled Sabbath. Evan Roman and John Heron, as Heron owns and trains this 3-year-old filly, who's lightly raced. She's got upside. However, unlike the 1, I didn't love what I saw. I didn't think there was any excuses. She was hustled hard for the lead. She didn't get the lead that day. She did stay on admirably. I think she's still learning and growing both physically and mentally. As you can tell, she's a handful during the saddling process as well. So there's still plenty of upside. There's still plenty of growth. She did hold off all the others out of that common race, despite never really being allowed to settle or relax on the lead that day. But Unbridled Sabbath, I think she's potentially beatable in this spot at even money. She has run the best races, and she's got the most upside. However, she's still learning, both from a physical standpoint as well as a mental standpoint. We'll see if the 3-year-old gray can put it all together today. But her stablemate might have something to say about that. And Heron Thoroughbreds has 2 in here, and he keeps them both in. One of them is going to be heavily favored. The other one's going to provide a little bit of a price. 12-1 morning line, currently 9-1 on the board. Alberto Burgos, known as his first call rider with 177 calls this season, with 22% of them returning winners, gets this 3-year-old filly by General A-Rod. And they thought enough of this one to dive into the claim box for $15,000 on debut out of a 3rd-place finish. Claimed, ran back, didn't get the best start that day, and then kind of closed in very willingly in the lane to lose by 5 lengths, but did beat home 8 other horses that day. Burgos can time it right. It's his 2nd start aboard this 3-year-old filly, and we'll see if they can continue to improve off of the claim in here. 8-1, a great value player in here. We've got rolling pick 3s, daily doubles, trifectas, and superfectas, and I think this is a wide-open race. One of those races that, as a vertical player, you have to love. You've got a favorite in here who could be beat in this spot. I really like the 1 and the 7 in this spot at a decent price as well. 9-1 right now and 8-1 on the board. A wide-open betting race as we approach race number 7 on a Tuesday at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
The horses call poster now for the 7th race. Maiden fillies sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 8. Number 8, One More Question, has been scratched. Take out the 8. One More Question, the 8's a non-runner. Exacted trifecta, superfecta. 10-cent grand high, 5 pentafecta wagers here on the Maiden fillies sprint. Starts the double and one more pick 3 on the card. Sloppy track. Getting closer to the scheduled off. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for this maiden filly sprint, Yamari Correa with Dreaming Girl. Luis Contreras, Indiana Smoke Show coming up, joins Dreaming Girl. Evan Roman, Unbridled Sabbath. Like Shell Shock, both here for John Harron. Sando Sanjo with Estrella Briante going in. Jose Gutierrez with Kitten's Song. Now Shell Shocked. Alberto Burgos with a couple of wins on the card. Here it's 6 furlongs, 2 back. Joe Ramos, Cover Art making her bow. Here's Cover Art. One more. Joseph Romero with Queen's Desire. Unbridled Sabbath, 6-5 favorite. Queen's Desire, given a 33-1 chance. Track remains labeled sloppy, all in line. And they're off. Kid and Song, Queen's Desire, hustled for early speed. Unbridled Sabbath is right there, along with on the outside, Indiana Smoke Show with early interest. It's Unbridled Sabbath. Unbridled Sabbath has a gray nose in front. Pace pressure from Kid and Song, pace pressure from Indiana Smoke Show, who now ignites, dashing past the half-mile pole. Queen's Desire on the far outside. Estrella Brianto also part of a scramble. Kid and Song sprinted back, and then comes Dreaming Girl next at the 3.5. Farther back 2 on the outside, Shell Shocked, and the newcomer Cover Art trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter 22.63 seconds. With Evan Roman, it's Unbridled Sabbath, who leads here now on the edge of the quarter pole. From Indiana Smoke Show, Queen's Desires raced wide. Estrella Briante has the purple cap and draws in. Dreaming Girl straightens away in 5th. Then comes Shell Shocked with In Between Horses as they straighten away for home. Kid and Song, we trail back to Cover Art. The half mile, 46.12. It is Unbridled Sabbath narrowly. Estrella Briante trying to gain toward the inside in a very tight spot there. Here's Dreaming Girl, who's looking to pick them up now. It's Dreaming Girl who descends on Unbridled Sabbath. Dreaming Girl on the outside. Dreaming Girl, and Unbridled Sabbath. Photo finished, then Estrella Briante, Indiana Smoke Show, and Queen's Desire photo. This is close. Photo finish. $112.60 after the maiden fillies sprint. $112.60. Photos. Hold all tickets. Photo finish. This is up to the judges. It was 9-5 on 2. The Gray Unbridled Sabbath. 6-1 on 1. Dreaming Girl with a red cap. Here's the slow-mo Unbridled Sabbath and Dreaming Girl photo. Estrella Briante back in 3rd. 4th is also on the bob. Queen's Desire with Indiana Smoke Show. We trail back to Shell Shock and Kid and Song. 112.60. Some photos after a maiden filly sprint. Cover Art whipped them in. Hold all bets. Two, 1, 6, 9, 5, 2. Unbridled Sabbath, 9-5 first. A gray nose over 1, Dreaming Girl at 6-1, just missed. 6, Estrella Briante, 2-1 third in the maiden filly sprint. 9, Queen's Desire, 39-1 fourth. 5, Indiana Smoke Show, 4-1 fifth for the Pentafecta. Evan Roman, John Harron ringing up another win on the day in the meet. Unbridled Sabbath at 9-5 by an inch. In the winner's circle, 2 Unbridled Sabbath with Evan Roman. Unbridled Sabbath is a 3-year-old gray roan filly by Saba. Unbridled Brook by Unbridled Spring for trainer John Herons. Heron Thoroughbreds LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Unbridled Sabbath posing in the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle out to the maiden fillies ranks. Results in. 2-1 exacta. Took a win photograph. $33.80, 50-cent trifecta. Pays on 2-1-6, $21 even. 50-cent pick 3, $76.30. 10-cent pentafecta, $69.07. Indiana Smoke Show ran 5th in the maiden filly sprint. 10-cent superfecta, Queen's Desire 4th after a photo. 2169 for the 10-cent super. $24.78, 112.60, and the track remains labeled sloppy. Couple more to go. Race 8, one of those 3 taken off the turf course. It was an all-main track card here today. Race 8 maiden over the main track in a mile and a 16th. Scratch 1, Bizarro. 4, Tap the Drum. 9, Diver, and 10, Bet on Brett. Scratch the 1, 4, 9, and 10. Number 3, Volatile Storm, a jockey change to Keith Asmussen. Keith Asmussen on 3, Volatile Storm. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, pentafecta. Starts at the late double. 9th race, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300 yards. Sloppy track, no wind. Scratch the also eligibles. 11, Taylor. 12, HF, He's a Brick House. 13, Cross the Line, and 14, EOS Maggie May. Scratch the also eligibles, 11 through the 14. No jockey changes. 5, Nitro Beach is 5 pounds over the program weight listed. That's in the 9th. Closing the card with that quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 300. Post time for the maiden race 8 at 5:50. Line. And they're off. Kid and Song, Queen's Desire, hustled for early speed. Unbridled Sabbath is right there, along with on the outside, Indiana Smoke Show with early interest. It's Unbridled Sabbath. Unbridled Sabbath has a gray nose in front. Pace pressure from Kid and Song. Pace pressure from Indiana Smoke Show, who now ignites, dashing past the half-mile pole. Queen's Desire on the far outside. Estrella Brianto also part of a scramble. Kid and Song sprinted back, and then comes Dreaming Girl next at the 3.5. Further back 2 on the outside, Shell Shocked, and the newcomer Cover Our Trails, the maiden filly sprint, the quarter 22.63 seconds. With Evan Roman, it's Unbridled Sabbath, who leads here now on the edge of the quarter pole. From Indiana Smoke Show, Queen's Desires raced wide. Estrella Briante has the purple cap and draws in. Dreaming Girl straightens away in 5th. Then comes Shell Shocked with in between horses as they straighten away for home. Kid and Song, we trail back to Cover Art. The half mile, 46.12. It is Unbridled Sabbath narrowly. Estrella Briante trying to gain toward the inside in a very tight spot there. Here's Dreaming Girl, who's looking to pick them up now. It's Dreaming Girl who descends on Unbridled Sabbath. Dreaming Girl on the outside. Dreaming Girl, and Unbridled Sabbath. Photo finished, then Estrella Briante, Indiana Smoke Show, and Queen's Desire from line.
Oh, yeah, him. So nasty.
Hey.
What?
Who's the funniest jockey in the jock string?
Funniest? Oh my gosh. I'm gonna go with Joe Ramos.
Elias. Who's the funniest? Elias?
Yeah.
Elias is the funniest?
Yes.
Alberto Burgo. Alberto?
Funniest? Probably my dad or Fernando.
You?
Manny Esquivel.
Manny?
I don't know.
Who do you think's the funniest?
Canuto. I don't know.
He's the best. He's the best.
Serious? Fernando.
The most serious? Marcelino.
I guess Tommy. I don't know.
Who's the dirtiest jockey in the jock string? Whatever, mister. I have to take a shower before I can get my... What? You little...
Back here at Horseshoe Indianapolis before our 8th race, the final daily double opportunity of the day before we give way to the beautiful and talented Martha Clausen, who's going to take you through a 300-yard maiden sprint. Scratch 1, 4, 9, 10 out of the upcoming dirt race, a mile and a 16th for the surface change in here, where all of these animals looking for their first career victory, and I happen to fancy Skibbity Riz in this spot. John Herron, Alberto Burgos as Herron. The man just continues to win. His gray would not be denied in the last race. Just dug down deep, always finding more, and hopefully that's the case with this 3-year-old chestnut, Skibbity Riz. Alberto Burgos going to be aboard the 0 for 6 chestnut by Nyquist, who ran in what was a very fast race last time out. Now, I won't say was always super competitive, was lingering in last throughout. However, the race was incredibly quick with Did It, Dialed, Steez, and Globalist. So the final time came back fast. It'll be second time over this racetrack. I think every right to continue to improve. This horse has knocked heads with some tough ones over at Oaklawn Park and at Hawthorne as well. I think we'll continue to improve today. Second time around our oval here at Horseshoe Indiana, and certainly moves up on the dirt at 7-2. The 8 is Batter Up. This is a horse who's got a ton of experience. 0 for 11 for Triini. Edgar Morales, he's fit to bring his talents and services here. He's ridden this horse 3 times, hitting the board in each and every start, 2 seconds, and a third-place finish at Churchill and Keeneland. So this horse is faced much tougher. However, there are concerns that at 0 for 11, they're approaching career maiden status. And there's not always a ton of excuses for batter up. We know that this horse is going to break slow. I mean, Equibase, you've got different chart colors all around the country. So if there's one at Colonial, there's one at Delaware, Fairgrounds, Keeneland, Churchill, more often than not, they're all the same. Well, Horseshoe Indianapolis might as well put off slow even before the race starts, because almost each and every Equibase chart caller has noted how slow this horse starts. Hop start, step slow, off slow, off slow, off slow. And it's just repeat and rinse and repeat again for batter up. We'll see if this one can get out of the on-deck circle with the rest of this field in here. Currently favored. Numbers certainly fit. They're better than most in this field. Absolutely moves up on the main track today, but Edgar Morales is going to have to figure out how to get this 3-year-old to avoid spotting the field multiple lengths as he's done in almost each and every start. We'll see if he can avoid breaking slow today, because if so, and he breaks with the rest of this field, he's going to be very tough to beat. But how about Bernie Dot for Barry King? Barry King owns, trains, and Charles Pigg bred this one in Kentucky, the 3-year-old by what I call Kentucky Derby champion Maximum Security for Blinkers On. Gets the blinkers on today, wins a 33% with that move. He doesn't do it all the time, but when he has done it, he's done it with success. And this is a horse that kind of needs a little bit of wake-up call. He does run very evenly in his races, but he comes in from Churchill. That one-turn mile can be a challenging distance for some, and it's a distance and a surface that I like horses out of. I think it was an improved effort. He did beat home a couple of other horses that day, and I think he should really relish going around 2 turns here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and it's his second time going a route of ground. Even though it's a one-turn mile, this will be his first time going 2 turns, but he makes sense. I think more ground is always a good thing for Bernie Dot in this spot at 6-1, but we'll see if Skibbity Riz can get this one home, or maybe batter up is going to break with the rest of this field. An intriguing bunch head out for the thoroughbred finale, but have no fear. We've got a late daily double as Martha takes you through the maiden race coming at you in race number 9. Still 2 more to go on a Tuesday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Horses on the track for our 8th race today. Originally scheduled for the turf, it's now off the turf. Mile and a 16th on the main track. Number 3, Volatile Storm, is ridden by Keith Asmussen. Scratch the 1, Bizarro. Scratch the 4, Tap the Drum. Scratch the 9, Diver. And scratch the 10, Bet on Brett. Those are all your changes. Good luck. This is the start of our late double. The horses have reached the starting gate for race number 8. This is our last for thoroughbred races. First into the stalls is Skibbity Riz with Man of Quality, Jabron and Volatile Storm. Post-time favorite, Batter Up. And Highlighter will be the last to load. All in. And they're off and racing. Broken up, perfect line. Skibbity Riz gets sent right to the early lead, in front by a length. On the inside, Man of Quality with Jabron, and then to the outside it's Highlighter. Now, Man of Quality is checking up a little bit as their inside room gets squeezed out by Skibbity Riz. In between them, Bernie Dot with Jabron in third. Then it's another length back to Highlighter. On the inside, Man of Quality. And at the tail end of the field, it is Batter Up with Volatile Storm as we now go onto the back stretch. 24.47 seconds. Skibbity Riz is the alpha of the leader, in front by half a length. Then it's Bernie Dot in second, with Jabron in third. In fourth place, it's Highlighter. A gap of 3 lengths back to Man of Quality, who now drops back. Now moving up between horses, it's Batter Up, who's just ahead in front of Volatile Storm. Still in front, Skibbity Riz by a length. In second place, Jabron. Bernie Dot lying in wait on the rail. Highlighter on the outside is going 2 horses wide and gaining ground. The half a mile in 49.10 seconds. Skibbity Riz still in front. In second place, here goes Highlighter, who's looming large. They're 3/4 of a length from the lead. On the inside, it's Jabron. Moving up between horses, Batter Up continues to pick off competition and is now in third place. Skibbity Riz in front by half a length. Highlighter breathing down their neck. Moving up between horses, it's Batter Up. They're continuing to pick up speed. 1:14 flat for the 3/4 as we hit the top of the stretch. Skibbity Riz is in front, but now moving between horses, it's Batter Up, all covered up in mud, but still chasing after. Skibbity Riz needs to lock in if they're going to hold off Batter Up. Batter Up in second. In third, it's Highlighter, but Skibbity Riz is still in front. Batter Up, one last chance. Here they come down to the finish line. Skibbity Riz needs the wire, and he gets it. Skibbity Riz, yes, 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 by half a length over Batter Up, who ran a valiant race for second, and then in third, it was Highlighter. The final time was 1:47.48 seconds. Unofficial Pettifecta for race number 8. Your unofficial winner, number 6, Skibbity Riz. Second, number 8, Batter Up. Third, number 11, Highlighter. Fourth, number 3, Volatile Storm. And fifth was number 5, Bernie Dot. 6, 8, 11, 3, 5 is the unofficial results for race 8. Entering the winner's circle is your winner of our 8th race today, number 6, Skibbity Riz. This is a 3-year-old chestnut colt, gelding, by Nyquist, out of a Into Mischief Ware, Sin Juan, bred by Shadwell Farm, owned by Claiborne Moore Stable. and Heron Thoroughbreds LLC, trained by John Heron. Ridden to victory by Alberto Burgos. That's his third win on the day. Skibbity Riz now 1 for 7 lifetime. Congratulations. Results still unofficial for today's 8th race. We'll have payouts momentarily. Results for race 8 now official. Your winner, Skibbity Riz, paid $6 to win, $2.80 to place, $2.20 to show. Runner-up, batter-up, $2.80 to place, $2.40 to show. Number 11 highlighter, $3.20 to show. The $2 exacta, $16.40. The 50-cent trifecta, $21.80. The $2 double, $26.40. The 10-cent superfecta paid $11.86. The 50-cent pick 3, $49.05. The 50-cent pick 5, $1,067.60. $2 double, $26.40. The $1 pick 4, $755.40. And the 10-cent pentafecta, $55.25. Scratch the 1, the 4, the 9, and the 10 from this race. 7 ran. The finishing time, 1:47.48. That concludes our thoroughbreds for today's card, but don't leave yet. We still have one more race left, and that is our quarter horse race, a 300-yard main special weight, which will be run in 17 minutes. And they're off and racing. Broken up perfect line. Skibbity Riz gets sent right to the early lead, in front by a length. On the inside, Man of Quality with Jabron, and then to the outside it's Highlighter. Now, Man of Quality is checking up a little bit as their inside room gets squeezed out by Skibbity Riz. In between them, Bernie Dot with Jabron in third. Then it's another length back to Highlighter. On the inside, Man of Quality. And at the tail end of the field, it is Batter Up with Volatile Storm as we now go onto the back stretch. 24.47 seconds. Skibbity Riz is the alpha of the leader, in front by half a length. Then it's Bernie Dot in second, with Jabron in third. In fourth place, it's Highlighter. A gap of 3 lengths back to Man of Quality, who now drops back. Now moving up between horses, it's Batter Up, who's just ahead in front of Volatile Storm. Still in front, Skibbity Riz by a length. In second place, Jabron. Bernie Dot lying in wait on the rail. Highlighter on the outside is going 2 horses wide and gaining ground. The half a mile in 49.10 seconds. Skibbity Riz still in front. In second place, here goes Highlighter, who's looming large. They're 3/4 of length from the lead. On the inside, it's Jabron. Moving up between horses, Batter Up continues to pick off competition and is now in third place. Skibbity Riz in front by half a length. Highlighter breathing down their neck. Moving up between horses, it's Batter Up. They're continuing to pick up speed. 1:14 flat for the 3/4 as we hit the top of the stretch. Skibbity Riz is in front, but now moving between horses, it's Batter Up, all covered up in mud, but still chasing after. Skibbity Riz needs to lock in if they're going to hold off Batter Up. Batter Up in second. In third, it's Highlighter, but Skibbity Riz is still in front. Batter Up, one last chance. Here they come down to the finish line. Skibbity Riz needs the wire, and he gets it. Skibbity Riz, yes, 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 by half a length over Batter Up, who ran a valiant race for second, and then in third,
rain, go away, and please stay away for Saturday when we host our third all-quarter horse day. It's going to be a great day starting at 10:45 in the morning. We're going to crown 4 champions that day. So I hope to see you here. All right, well, we'll talk about today's race, $18,000 maiden for registered Indiana-bred 2-year-old quarter horses. We do scratch each of the also eligibles, but have a nice full field of 10, and they'll be traveling 300 yards. You know, the 2-year-olds are tricky sometimes, and you're going to see in this race, there's a few first-time starters, and then there's a couple horses that had a start or two, and then there's some horses that had total disaster in their debut. So we're going to try and get through and see which ones might emerge with their first win in our finale. All right, I'm going to begin with number 10, and that's Cyber Streak. The more experienced runner got the job done yesterday. This is a horse competed with a bunch of maidens and had 3 starts and did it easily. And maybe that trend will continue with Cyber Streak. This is the son of Cyber Monday, trained by Ron Raper. He's going to make his 3rd start after running in a trial. Most recently, that was on let me see, June 26th, and it was a trial for the Miss Roxy Little Futurity. That purse is $134,000, and he got beat in that trial by one of the horses that will emerge in the final. So when you get beat by a horse that really was on his game that day, it's not a terrible thing. He's not going to face any of those finalists today, and maybe the experience will get him over the edge in our final race of the day. That's number 10, Cyber Streak. All right, let's go next to number 8, AP Valiant Princess. Nothing, and I'm saying nothing, absolutely nothing went right for this filly in her debut. This was also on June 26th when she clipped heels and lost her rider, and it was just nothing. Nothing was going right that day. But I kind of like the breeding on the horse. It's a filly by One Valiant Hero. She posted a bullet work just 2 weeks before her debut, so she looked like she was going in the right direction until she had that, you know, very compromised beginning in her debut. Now she's bred, owned, and trained by Oscar Preciado. He's really had some good horses in the history of Horseshoe Indianapolis. And bad luck, it happens in horse racing. And sometimes, especially with these young horses, when 1 or 2 things can go wrong and the whole thing disappears. I think her second start will be much more productive. All right, how about number 1? And that was All Chromed Up, returns after finishing 8th in his debut. That was May 28th for trainer German Rodriguez. We've talked about German quite a bit. German is not only, he just got his license this year after having a very successful tenure as a jockey here, a quarter horse jockey here, but now he's got his license, he's got some good owners, and his horses are doing really, really well. So it was a nice, he had a chance with this horse in the debut, a horse by Open Me a Corona, that's a Louisiana-bred horse that almost clinched $1 million in his career down in Louisiana. I had a chance to see him quite a bit. But there was no major mishap when this gelding began his career, just kind of a green race. He just ran greenly, I would say. But I think he should improve with a cleaner break and, of course, the ride by his trainer, German Rodriguez. So we'll go ahead and take a look at him breaking from the rail today. This gelding could break through in his second start. And I'll round out my top 4 with a first-time starter, and that's number 3, She's a Beach Girl. Trainer Tony Cunningham has 2 first-time starters in the field. I kind of had preference toward this filly just because she's sired by the all-time leading quarter horse stallion in Indiana, and of course that's Escondido Beach. Bred and owned by Charles Lyndhurst Jr., posted 2 pretty solid works prior to her debut today. It just depends how she likes the slop, and if she gets a clean break. That's what it's all about for all of these quarter horses. But I certainly have faith in veteran rider Danny Martinez being able to keep her calm and hopefully get a good result in her debut. So 10, 8, 1, 3 for me. Of course, our quarter horse Pentafecta has been playing very, very well. So I always want to throw in a long shot if we can. And my long shot for today would be number 4, and that's Buck Bunny. Leave her on her ticket. Oscar Macias, who won the race yesterday, the maiden race yesterday, has the call aboard this colt. He's a son of Mo Zumo. for owner Gordy Tim and trainer Sacramento Chavez. So works look good, you never know. All right, well, good luck to everybody in this race today. We'll see you back tomorrow and Thursday, and then, of course, 10:45 for our all-quarter horse day on Saturday.
Horses on the track for our last race today. This is our lone quarter horse race, race number 9. Scratch all the also eligibles. Number 11, Taylor. Number 12, HF, He's a Brick House. Number 13, Cross the Line. Number 14, EO's Maggie May. Number 5, Nitro Beach is 5 pounds over. The program reads the same otherwise. Good luck. Horses beginning to load in for our last race today. First into the stalls, all chromed up 23. El Yuko next into line. She's a beach girl. Danifer has gone in. One Sweet Cigar is in. One Sweet Cigar backed out. Attention, folks, we have a late scratch. The number 3, She's a Beach Girl, is a late scratch. Number 3, She's a Beach Girl. Scratch that out of your programs. They are a late scratch in today's last race on the program. She's a Beach Girl, number 3, scratched. Now a field of 9. We will be reloading shortly. Horses are loading into the gate again. All chromed up, 23. And El Yuko back into the starting stalls. In goes Danifer. And One Sweet Cigar. Buck Bunny and AP Valiant Princess. Nitro Beach trying to get moved into line. Zoom in Cartel number 9. Nitro Beach hesitant. Nitro Beach goes in, which leaves us with one more to go, and that is the post-time favorite, number 10, Cyber Streak, even money. Goes in. We're ready for the start. And we're off in the finale today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Quite alert was Buck Bunny to the inside, all chromed up, 23. Moving to the center of the track, it's Nitro Beach with Cyber Streak, who's crossing over. Cyber Streak between them, El Yuko, but in the center of the track, Nitro Beach still in front. Nitro Beach, Cyber Streak. It's going to be a close one between Nitro Beach and Cyber Streak. In third place, El Yuko with Danifer. Results unofficial. The unofficial winner is number 5, Nitro Beach. There is a inquiry going on involving the start of the race, so please hold all tickets. The finishing time for this 300-yard dash was 15.717 seconds. Results unofficial, 5:10.628. Steward's inquiry involving the start. The inquiry sign is down. Results still unofficial, but the inquiry sign is down. Entering the winner's circle, the results have now been made official. Your official winner is number 5, Nitro Beach. This is a 2-year-old brown gelding by Escondido Beach out of a Feature Mr. Jess mare Jess Alive Bully, bred by Sherry Miller, owned by Steve Zamler, trained by Tim Eggleston, ridden to victory by Rolando Pina. The horse is now 1-for-1 lifetime. Congratulations to all, and now the payouts. Nitro Beach paid $940 to win, $380 to place, $360 to show. Cyberstreak $280 to place and $240 to show. El Yugo $940 to show. The 10-cent Superfecta $134.89. The 50-cent Pick 3 $65.25. The $2 Exacta $21.20. The 50-cent Trifecta $95.65. $2 Double $58.40. The 10-cent Pentafecta was $484.70. Number 8, AP Valiant Princess, finished 5th. To complete that Pentafecta, $2 double, 6-3, $7.20. The $2 double was 6 and 5, $58.40. Scratch to 3, 11, 12, 13, 14. Finishing time was 15.717 seconds. That concludes today's card at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hope to see you again tomorrow. First post, just like today, at 2:10 p.m. sharp. We hope to see you there. This is guest announcer Nathan Klein saying ciao from Horseshoe.
Results are in for the final round of Jock's Agent. Congratulations to first place winner William Hartzler. In second, we had a tie with Joe DeVivo and Mike Lorenzano. In fourth, Brian Vlasovich. And in fifth, Jeff Squires. Thank you to all those who played in our Jock's Agent contest.
off in the finale today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Quite alert was Buck Bunny to the inside, all chromed up, 23. Moving to the center of the track, it's Nitro Beach with Cyber Streak who's crossing over. Cyber Streak between them, El Yuko, but in the center of the track, Nitro Beach still in front. Nitro Beach, Cyber Streak. It's going to be a close one between Nitro Beach and Cyber Streak. In third place, El Yuko with... And we're off.